Hello, my friends, and welcome back to Oscar's Cozy Corner, and welcome back to another Disney Dreamlight Valley decorating long play video. Today, we are overhauling the Peaceful Meadow in the main valley. We are using all of the brand new items and more from the Pop City Star Path. Very exciting to finally get into this. I've been meaning to do a build with these items for a little while, and I finally cleared out my Peaceful Meadow, so I thought this was the perfect opportunity to jump in and see what we can do, see what we can come up with. This is definitely outside of my comfort zone, but I am very excited to bring you along for the journey and show you how we ended up right here. I'm going to walk you through everything I do in this build, all of the mistakes, everything in between, so you get a real sense of how I pull off a build like this, how a build like this comes together, and what my design process is. So hopefully there's some tips and tricks in there to help you get started. But without further ado, I think we should get straight into the video. So let's clear out this biome, let's start afresh, and let's get going. So here we are, my friends. We are up in the Peaceful Meadow. I've cleared this space out, ready for this build, whatever it does transpire to be. And you'll see I've put kind of a diabolical amount of items down on this mood board right now. I feel like maybe I've put too many down, but you know what? I just went through the whole furniture list and I was like, let me throw down some items that I think could work in this build. It doesn't mean that I'm going to use all of them, but because I ended up going through the whole list, I might have gotten maybe just a little bit carried away, but that's okay. That's okay. We don't judge. We don't judge. So I do think that they might be in the way. I mean, I've tried to put them over to the right-hand side as much as possible, but I might end up needing to move them possibly down to the glade to give myself a little bit more space. But at some point, I don't think I'm going to be able to do mood boards because I'm going to run out of space entirely when all of the biomes are decorated. So we'll cross that bridge when we come to it. But you can see that I've put a bunch of items down here that kind of fit together, I guess. At least they did to me. This build is a little bit out of my comfort zone. I do like to use kind of like cohesive pieces, like if you look over here at the beach and things like that. Whereas this sort of city pop vibe, or this pop city vibe, whichever way you prefer to say it, it's definitely a little bit more gritty. There's definitely a little bit more city, for lack of a better term to it. So I'm not really used to doing builds like that, so I'm quite excited to see how this turns out. I've got some of the big structures, so we've got like these Dreamlight shops, I believe, which were part of the Star Path, which I think are really fun. Again, this is my chance to say, Gameloft, let us purchase houses that we own as extra furniture. That would be a dream. I do want to bring in some kind of like Asian influences, so we've obviously got the San Francisco Bridge kind of like square. Well, it says square on it. It's the bridge that goes over to it. And then I brought in some of the Monsters Inc. Sushi stuff as well, just to reinforce that theme. So I think we're going to get started maybe over this side. There is a build here that I want to leave already. So there is this Celestial build that I made for Merlin that, to be honest, I'm still absolutely in love with. And when I was clearing the biome out, I couldn't bring myself to delete it. So we're going to keep that build and we're just going to work around that, and we'll somehow maybe try and blend the two, or it'll just be quite jarring, and that's fine as well. But I'm looking at this and I don't really want to go with the structure that I have in the plaza, because I really love my plaza build. I love this kind of like formal London, railway-esque build, but I don't want to go with the symmetry that I have up there down here, because I do tend to rely on symmetry like a crutch sometimes. So I'm just going to play around with placing some initial items down and getting a feel for where I think the areas could go, because I was thinking of having maybe kind of like a shop area, although it depends whether we treat this as a shop or a house, because if I remember correctly, I do think I've unlocked the final house now I do. There we go. I have unlocked that apartment, so we do have this available as well. Unfortunately, we only have one of these, which doesn't really make sense to me. That's why I think that we should be able to purchase more of them. I also have, which also might seem a bit strange, is some of these elemental buildings that came to the premium shop a little while ago. And I put these down because I just thought that they give quite a nice contrast. I feel like the city pop aesthetic is all about kind of like mixing futuristic stuff with maybe the grittier side of a city. So when I look at the tram and things like that we got in the star path, I'm like, well, actually, it goes quite well. It goes quite well with the the elemental kit that we got. So if I grab the tram and I bring it over, it just, although the tram being the same size as the building is frying me. Look at this. Look at the windows on this building being so low. There is something to be said about the scale in this game sometimes, but never mind. We persevere. So I do think I probably need to move some of this down to the glade so I actually get a better look at the biome and the full space that we have available, because I feel like I am cutting off a little bit of it over here. So yeah, let's do that. Let's take one final look at this lovely mood board in place, and then I will go ahead and move it. All right, that makes it a little bit easier for me to see what's going on. So I also placed down the Tower of Terror. Well, actually, I should say the Hollywood Tower Hotel, but this is the ride, the Tower of Terror. And there's part of me that just feels like this also might work in the build. It feels gritty enough to be a part of this kind of like city pop aesthetic, and it might be one of my favorite rides at Walt Disney World. So I would really love to try and fit the Tower of Terror in somehow. I don't know if maybe it should go like in the corner as an anchor piece, kind of like over in this direction. That could be fun. Something over here, or maybe we rotate it so it faces this way. I think it should go maybe about by there. Although it's quite difficult because the quote-unquote entrance, or the technical entrance, is kind of really on the right-hand side. But since we got the grid rotation, I love using the grid rotation. So how about we just do the 45 and I tuck it as far back into the corner as I can. Let's just place that one down for now. I did put this little elemental boat in the pond. I just think it adds, it doesn't add maybe, but it taps into that futuristic vibe. So let's leave that where it is for now. Let's take a look at what else we've got going on here. I don't know whether to do maybe some sort of like main street area. But the problem I sometimes have is that with my last build, I did like a town square here. And I actually didn't end up liking it very much in the end. I mean, I liked it, but it felt a little claustrophobic because the setup was kind of like this. So it was like very much in this middle section, and it didn't feel as though anything really had space to kind of like breathe. So I don't think I want to do like a specific middle street again. I think I prefer to have it kind of just like a little bit more mishmash and a little bit more maybe winding. I mean, we could have maybe something over here against the ponds, like on each side. I'm literally rebuilding the build that I just said I didn't like, but that does feel like it has a little bit more space around it. So let me use that for now, and then maybe we can bring in some of the bigger elemental buildings, and maybe we could pop those like, I don't know, kind of in this section, and then we've got that smaller version that could fit maybe kind of like this. Well, does this one have doors on? It does. So let me rotate that round maybe to about here. Is this giving city pop? No, I've only got 4 items down, so like, give me a chance. I do want to get these big items in though, because obviously they take up the most space. I do love this kind of like San Francisco bridge. I don't know whether to place them. I don't know whether to place them back to back like this, or whether to maybe do one at the entrance of the steps over here, and then maybe one at the entrance of the steps over here. Like that could be a possibility, as long as they're centered. as kind of like the introductions to the biomes. Maybe we do a full rotation. And instead of immediately hitting the tallest part, you kind of like lead up towards it, kind of like that. That does kind of feel a little bit close to this now, but you know what? The other thing that's now in my head, I placed down some of the rafters somewhere, because I do have these rafters, and part of me was wondering, like, could I make my own wooden bridge? Like, it kind of connects, you know? Like, if I search beam, because I don't think I placed all of the pieces down. Yeah, I've got the ranch beams. I know they're only small, but part of me was like, well, could I do like my own bridge? Let me see. Where's the middle? Would that be the middle? And then we'd have to grab these and place them down. I don't think I had the middle. Let me try that. Will that fit in there? No. Definitely wider on the left one. We could do maybe that. I mean, that is creating that middle section that I just said I didn't want, so it might mean I have to think about whether I do really like that or not. What have we got? We've got 2 on that side. We got 3 on that side. Okay, so it's a bit awkward, but I mean, I could always bring these out a little bit, I guess. I'm just playing around and seeing kind of like if this works in any capacity. And then what have we got? We've got... Don't think we've got anything in paths. I mean, I know I've got these driftwood paths, but they've got the flowers on, and I don't really want to use these. Like, if I'm going to do anything, I kind of want to use actual path. Look at that. What a pain. What a pain. It doesn't line up. Did this path never line up to the... Oh, there we go. So that will be centered. I mean, that doesn't look too bad. Let me just see how this looks when I fill the space in. Oh, I'm running out of this path. I might actually run out of it entirely. Have we got just enough? Just about. And then I could bring it round, down and up, so it kind of like sits around that. Okay, I actually quite like that. Obviously, I don't think the house should be like super close, so I'd have to find a different place for the house. I'm not sure about these specific beams. I mean, they do look okay, and I really chose these because if you look, everything has kind of got like this dark wood on the buildings, and I just feel like the dark wood kind of matches, and I don't think it's too far out. I know that there's another one called Raptor, I believe. Yeah, which is more of the Pocahontas one, but that's a lot smaller. It's a lot flimsier, I guess. And then we do have these rustic cottage rafters too. Now, if I place these down, let me show you this real quick. These are definitely a different kind of like color. How close can we get? Like, if I pushed you all the way back, would I be able to fit another one in? I would, and then I could come up to there. Although I have run out of path, so I can't fill that gap in just yet. But I mean, that's a slightly different approach. And then strangely, one of them is under rafters, but then one of the pieces is under beam. So if I remember correctly, this one doesn't have any pattern on, so it still looks like wood, whereas these ones have this kind of like blue floral pattern on. I can't remember if I search rustic whether there's actually more pieces to this or not. I don't think that there is. No, there's not. So it's kind of like these or not these, but I've come out of furniture mode, so let me save that real quick. There we go. the fog is coming in, which makes it feel even spookier. Actually, I think that the Golden Gate... I know this is not the Golden Gate Bridge, but the Golden Gate Bridge is often shrouded in fog, right? So maybe it does add to the spooky vibes. So if I do... I could do maybe a rafter every 2. But I'm already thinking that the dark version was slightly stronger. Let's fit that in. Yeah, part of me feels like the dark version had a little bit more going on for it. Can I get this back into place now? Yeah, round about there. This is also not technically touching. Although I guess I could double up on the beams on each side. I still don't dislike that. You know, I still don't not like it. It's not quite in line, like, so I... Although I'm out of line by the look of it. Aha, it's this one. That one's in line. So if I were to save this real quick as a, like a little preset, I have to overwrite one. Okay, let's overwrite just the last one. And I just save it as like a bridge. I can just go in and grab that real quick. And then just place it down straight away so I can get a sense of how that feels. Maybe I've added too many of these now. But part of me is still thinking, if I choose to do this, you know, not guaranteed. See, that's something else I have to think about is like, I should probably have like horizontal struts too, right? I definitely prefer the darker wood. 100%. So, you know what? Let's just pretend like that never happened. Let's pretend like that never happened. I do kind of like this now, though, with the bridge in the middle. Even though I didn't initially want it. Like, I wonder if maybe like this is the play. Ooh, no, that's a bit intense, right? Well, I guess I could have 4 of them. And then it comes out into the different sections. The only reservation I have on this side is that just then immediately comes out onto the pond. This side's okay because you've got like a lot more space. Like we can move the house, maybe like over here. Maybe this ends up being like our, I don't know, our, not village, but residential area, like something like that. I don't know if there's another house that we could fit in here, but part of me just wants to do that, but then I feel like this is exactly the example that I showed earlier that I didn't want to do again. Yeah, I think I'm gonna get rid of those two. It just feels too claustrophobic, I think, with those. So now I'm thinking, what will kind of like my districts be, I suppose. So I'm thinking maybe like City Hall area, maybe residential possibly, and then maybe shopping and food. But the hotel can stay over with that area because it's kind of giving tourists. So I think that works. I think if we have city like up here, then more residential down here, we can bring in all of the kind of like the fun elements, like, you know, the recording booth, the sushi, all of that over this side. I know the pond is kind of in the way, and then the hotel can stay over here too. So yeah, I think that's the vibe. I think that's the winner. It is bugging me slightly that I've got path down the back here, but I don't have path down the back here. Is it just because I've run out? Or can I actually physically not have any more? No, I can't come down any further. Okay, that's fine. Let me undo that, because I guess we could just take away this one at the back, and it will still kind of like fit in place, just like that. Does that mean I should take this one away so it matches? Probably. Although that's going to bug me. So let me put that back in real quick. Let me put that back in real quick. Because the other option would be to have that going across like that, but then that feels like it's way... Well... Okay, these are tiny details that I definitely don't need to get caught up in yet. So what I'm going to do is let's see what else we've got down here that's kind of big. I know we've got the bus stop. The bus stop for sure I want to put in this build. It has to go in because it's in the star path. We've got the tram. So let's bring the tram in. It actually makes me laugh because this is a bus stop, but this is a tram. We didn't get a bus, nor did we get a tram stop. But that's not for now. And then let's bring over the sushi stuff 100% because I definitely want this sushi element to it. Like, this is one of the coolest items that they've brought to the premium shop. Like, honestly, it is so much fun. It's only got a little animation to it, but I don't know. It just makes it feel so alive, which I absolutely love. So we've got those two elements. I know we've got the table as well. So maybe we could bring in the table somewhere. And then, of course, even though it's a small thing, we've got the sushi that's actually on that table. So I'm just going to pop that in place just for now. Let's do that. And then maybe let's rotate it slightly. Actually, yeah, let's do that. So those are a definite. I know that then we've also got this little like food cart. So again, we could fit that into the food vibe or the food market vibe over there. And alongside that, I placed down this one, which is some sort of kind of like Wreck-It Ralph food stand, I think. And then I did place down this Wally one, which is the meal in a cup, mostly because it's kind of fitting that futuristic aesthetic, but I just don't know whether it fits fully for this build. But we'll see. We'll see. Okay. I think maybe that's it in terms of food. Though I did place down, I tell you what I did place down, these Tatooine elements. Now I know that these might feel a little bit out of place, but I actually think they kind of go. Like, especially when I put them up against these buildings, like, I just feel like they kind of fit the vibe. I know they're a little bit more futuristic, but there's part of me that is like, I can make that work. So let's keep that in the stall area because I did place down, I think it's the water vapor thing, like this. I feel like this goes too. Like in this city pop world, we're in the future slightly, so it just adds that industrial kind of grit element to it. And then down here, we still have, I mean, I'm not looking at the food market bit, I guess, now specifically, but I did place down a few other things, like just as quote unquote fun. So I've got like the DJ booth, I've got some of the games, because we do have a lot of arcade games, and I feel like arcade is quite city-esque. And then we've got some more futuristic stuff, like I even put Edna's table down just because it has some glow on it. We've got air hockey, all of that sort of stuff. We've got aquariums, I feel like that would work. And then we've got the recording stuff that came with this specific star path. So I definitely think we've got a lot going for it and a lot that could work. And of course, we're going to need telephone poles and stuff like that. But actually, let me place this Tatooine. I think it's Land Cruiser or Land Speeder or something like that. Again, I just feel like it fits the vibe. I think it's mostly because it's kind of industrial and then also kind of gritty. So let's work with that. I think for food, we might be done in terms of like the food specific items I placed down. Like I put down a bunch of different filling items, but those can come in just a little bit. So, oh, and then there's a snack machine, like a snack vendor machine, because I thought that was important. And then we do have the little separators. I think these are little turn-in red ones. So, off the back of that, let's create our sushi area. And I think we could probably do that round about here, although it's kind of bugging me because I've got that rock right in the way. So let's just go over there and let's clear that rock out so we can actually build in this area. It would be a dream to be able to turn off spawns. I don't know. Maybe one day we'll get it. So if we put the octopus like right on the middle of this rock here, then I was thinking of having, I mean, I guess one either side. Would I still be able to get behind there to access those mining nodes? I think I would. Like, we could have one either side like this, and then we could have some sushi tables just dotted about. Kind of maybe like this. One here, and then maybe one by there. Although that feels maybe a little bit too cramped. But then I'm kind of looking at that, like, how do I line up that sushi area with this like meal in a cup? Like, what is the play? What is the play? Because how do I get this also there? So these are the things that I'm thinking about, and these are the things that I find quite difficult with a build like this, is when I'm mixing and matching different styles, I guess, or different aesthetics together, I find it a lot more difficult to fit everything in the way that I want it. I mean, this seems smaller than this area over here, so maybe it's a case that maybe we move the tram out and maybe we bring this sushi section like right over into this corner. Because we could always do, see, I was thinking we could always do something like this, but then you don't really see the sushi tables, you know, you just see the backs of the screens, like, as cool as I think that could be. So it really has to kind of go this way. Unless you had them only facing this way. I don't know, maybe you could put one on the back like that. You can't even really get that one centered either, so it's just a little bit awkward to work with. So maybe we do one on, see, I'm a couple of tiles short of being able to actually fit that in the corner. So I feel like it would have to go kind of like this. But then I don't even think I'm going to be able to fit this one down here, if that makes sense. Where are we? One more rotation that way would be about there. I mean, actually, that's not a million miles away. I actually don't mind that. I just wish it was like... Alright, if I do an extra... If I do 2 rotations on that, 1 rotation on that, maybe that format kind of works, although this specific rock up the top, kind of like middle of my screen, is bugging me because it's getting in the way. It's very rude. Although, having said that, if I do this... Oops, I've rotated it all the way too far. All right, let's do one more rotation. So if I do one on that, one on this, then it goes flat, okay? And then one on this. Maybe that's just the vibe over here. Wait, I think that might be it. Yeah, I think that might be it. And then that's next to the Taro Hotel, but that's fine. Because we could always bring in maybe one of the food carts by here. We could even do 2 of those. And then I wonder if we do... Because I think the one thing that I'm kind of... I guess kind of missing straight off the bat, I find it quite difficult to not use paths immediately, but then I also feel like I need to know where things are going to go to be able to use the paths, if that makes sense. So it's kind of like a difficult dichotomy of I want to be able to put the paths in place so I know where to put the items, but I need to put the items down in order to know where to put the path. So it does make it a little bit awkward sometimes. But let's do that over this side. And then what have we got? We've still got these... We've still got these food items. I'm just going to move one table. Actually, I'm just going to move one table over with the sushi on it right now, just so it's still over there. So we've got this one. I mean, maybe these items go together a little bit more than it does with the sushi. So perhaps we don't keep it with the sushi and the sushi stays its own little area. And then these could go somewhere else. The other thing, this kind of like Star Wars market stall is not... I mean, the color of it matches this so good. Like, it matches the Hollywood Tower so well. It doesn't really go, but like part of me is like, it does. Part of me is like, it does go. Okay, let's go over to here and let me see what else we've got for the maybe the residential side, quote unquote. So I've actually got stuff out. Like, I know it seems silly, but I've got stuff like this backdrop. I just feel like this would be quite cool as like maybe like a little photo op. I don't know where this would go. I guess this would be more appropriate over this side. Maybe kind of like overlooking one of the areas, something like this. Kind of like, I don't know, around about there. And then I did have Ralph's brick bed, which I think was a Twitch drop. Like, does it make sense? No. Does it add to the vibe? I think so. Like, maybe it adds to the city vibe. So let's do something like that. Let's bring that in. I don't want to forget about this because I do want to use this in some way. So maybe this critter house ends up going kind of like right by Merlin's or something like that, because this is a reward from Olaf's exhibition and I want to really put these critter houses down in every biome. Not for any particular reason, I just kind of want to. So I'm just going to leave that up here for now while I remember it's still there. I'm going to move this goofy stall perhaps over on this side because it's got all the pink elements that I really like, and then also it's got, because it's the cherry blossom one, it's the sakura one, I think it's got the Asian influence that I really like too. So we're definitely going with a pink theme over in that section. I do also want to integrate somehow the Valley Visit Station because it's got to go somewhere, and if I'm using the cherry blossom vibes, at least it kind of matches that, I suppose. And then what else have we got? Let me take a look. We've got this really fun like scavenger hunt map from Ralph. Definitely futuristic. And then it's just more a bunch of stuff. So I think I've placed the quote unquote biggest items, apart from this like Wally sign, which could probably go somewhere around in the residential area. Yeah. Okay. I think the next thing that I want to think about is my well. So I don't really want the well to be right in the middle of this Tory Bridge area. Well, I guess that it could. No. Well, so like I did down, where are we? Like I did down here on the beach, I want to do kind of like a functional area for this. So where I've got a vacuum, where I've got a chest, cooking station, and a crafting station, because I want to get back to actually having those things to hand as soon as I kind of like need them. So maybe we do it. Maybe we do it on. Just trying to pick a side. Actually, let's do it on this side. These little items are bugging me. Let's move those out the way. We could even bring those into the residential area because they kind of fit that. They kind of fit that vibe, especially with the colors that we're going for on this side. Whereas this feels like it has much more of a just a general Asian / city influence, whereas this is definitely a bit more neon. Let's move that over there. Let's bring this down, and I'm just gonna pop Goofy Stall over there for a second. So let's bring the well. If I can grab it. Let's do that round about here. And then off the back of that, we can have, where is it? I know that there's it's an ancient machine with the vacuum that I can place down straight away. If I search chess, I think that there's a spare marketplace chest that I can use. So if I just put that right next to that machine, kind of like there. And I can't remember if there's a specific category or area for the cooking stations. So I'm going to search cook. And I'm just going to see if any of these kind of like fit. I feel like maybe they don't. But if I go to utilities, we could have a quick scroll through this list and just see if there's any of them that are cooking stations that would fit, because we did have the pirate station which went down with the pirate bit really well, but I don't know. I can't remember. I know we've got the Imperial crafting station, which again has that kind of like Asian influence to it. So let's do that over here. Just can't remember if there was like a matching cooking station, and I don't actually think that there is. No, there doesn't seem to be. So I don't think unless there's a craftable one, it would work. So for now, just so I get something down, I can swap it out. Later on, we'll just use the Vizier one. Because this is kind of like the fastest one in the game. So I pop that down. Where do you want to go? Maybe around about by there. And I can bring that over. That's kind of like my quote-unquote functional landing area. So I can just jump in, vacuum up the biome, put it in the chest, cook if I need to, craft if I need to, and that can all stay kind of like in that section. And then I wonder if we just make like a little feature of the visit station. But then also Goofy Stall is pretty well themed for this too. So part of me is like, okay, well, do I use all of these items like maybe over here? Do I bring this across to, I don't know, this point? I don't want to block these stairs really. So I could always grab those two items and bring them down towards the back. I don't know, kind of like that maybe. We always have that there and maybe that there, and then we could sneak Goofies in somewhere. Kind of like this. And then finally maybe the Valley Visit Station goes right in front of the pond. So then it becomes, or maybe like here, so then it becomes this little area that has a walkthrough, and we could use the cherry blossom trees. Actually, I think that might be a good idea. So I know we've got the pink. Where are they? Where are they? Yeah, the small magnolia trees and things like that. We could maybe pop these in place and make use of this space as it is. I don't know, maybe we have it coming over the back, kind of like that. Maybe one by there. Hopefully that's not too in the way that I can still run. Or I have to walk under it. That might be cute. Just having it like this so you walk under it. We could maybe, because these ones are tiny, we could have them kind of like on the edges of the path. So the path goes, you know what? Let's get the path down. Or let's get some path down. I'm just going to use the sand for now, just because I've got more of that path, but you can use whatever you like. We could go around like this, maybe. Down the back. To this area where the actual little tables are. We could have it come maybe just by there. Cross and then down past Goofy's, or at 2 Goofy's at least. But then maybe back up kind of like to these ramps up to the other biomes, something like this, and then down kind of like that, I think. And we could just have it maybe 4 across there. And then just fill in these little gaps, make it 2 wide wherever I can. Drag this over. Bring it up here, bring it out maybe. Part of the, not issue with paths, but part of the experimentation with paths is you really just have to kind of just try stuff and see what works, what doesn't. Because you think you've made a relatively kind of like thick path, and then it ends up just not being the case if you make it diagonal or something like that. So it's always worth trying a few different things out. Maybe there and fill that one in. And part of me wants to bring this back out here. Kind of like that. And then we could maybe have the tree just on the edge of that path by there. Yeah, that's fun. I like that. Yeah. Just looking, seeing if it can be tweaked anywhere, but actually that's quite cool. And then we can move that to the middle section. Maybe we can move that just over slightly so it fits a little bit better in that space. There we go. And then maybe this bit has like something like that. Unless I do go back on that one and do it there. No. Then maybe the tree goes in the middle, just like this. How adorable. Yeah, I kind of like that bit for this area. And we can flesh that out a bit more with some more decor, but let's see what that looks like. Oh. See, that doesn't look as good when it goes to the diagonal, but let's replace it with some stuff. Let's see what else we've got going on. Okay, it really, I guess it wouldn't have to have a border. I don't think I want muddy. Muddy's not the vibe. I mean, the main street path is kind of cool, although this is a bit more jagged than I was anticipating. Maybe that's on me. What else have we got? Let me just see real quick. We got the slate, which definitely does not go. I mean, we've got this. No. The earth-baked road, I'm not feeling either. The gold, definitely not. Undecided on the main street. I mean, we could go a little bit more kind of gritty with the Ancients Road. Oh, wait. Maybe that's the vibe. You see the way the biome floor comes through that? So you can still see the grass? Oh, I think that's the one. I think that's the one, friends. Yeah, immediately I I don't mind this one, but I don't think it looks as good as the Ancients Road. There was just something about that. As soon as I set it, I was like, wait. That was T. I wonder what it looks like if I change the tiles. No, you know what? I kind of like it with the jagged edges, just because they're all kind of square anyway. All right, I really like that. I think maybe that's the vibe for this area. I will say that part of me is now also wondering whether I need to kind of like cover this biome and path. Because actually, I was thinking how much greenery really is an inner city going to kind of like have in general. Like, I know it might have parks and green spaces, but actually, like, I'm not eating sushi on the grass, right? So I think part of me is thinking now, like, wait, do I really need to jump into paths, and do we need to grab something? I don't know, because I'm probably going to have to craft some more regardless, but let's take a look. Let's see if I grab just the brick road just to get started. I'm going to kind of need to path everything, right? Just like this. Or at least this bit. Maybe I should start with that. Let's just get this one down at least for now. Is this my chance to mention again drawing the outline of a path and then filling it in? That would be a wonderful quality of life update, Game Loft. I actually think doing a spiral works better sometimes because you chip away at the edges as well as the middles, so even if it's psychological, it makes it feel a little bit quicker. I guess we could do something like that for this area. But then I'm like, well, does it need to come all the way across? Do we need to come under the hotel? Probably. Let me just make sure I've got all that. Drag it down. Fill in these lovely rows and columns. Let's just think of it like a spreadsheet. Sorry for triggering any of you that work with spreadsheets. Maybe you don't want to think about work while you're playing Dreamlight Valley, and that's valid. I'm going to move that out the way just so I can see what I'm doing. Probably wastes some of my path, but I can always craft more. We're so late in the game now that I have kind of like resources for everything. And I can bring that back over. And then, of course, it's going to have to come like around the bus stop as well, for sure. Let's do something like that. Because maybe it's the case that we do use mostly path across the whole biome, but we mix up the kind of paths that we use. So maybe one time we use the brick road, maybe one time we use Ancient's path. Just making sure to mix and match. Okay, that comes all the way across, so we could do that, because yeah, the tram is not going to be running on, it's not going to be running on grass, right? So maybe this ends up being a small garden area on this side of the biome, and then we transition more to whatever this ends up being, and then this becomes like the grittier in a city space. Or actually, you know what, the brick road would probably go really nice around the city hall buildings, like if we did end up doing the city hall style, like this being where the city is run from. I'm coming up with like whole stories in my brain about what this biome is doing, who's running it, where they work from. Like, this is ridiculous. Like, this could be the city hall bit that's really clean and nice because all of the, what were they called? The people from the Hunger Games? You know, the ones who live in the inner city. This is where they live, living their best lives. Or this is where they work. And then everybody else just has to, like, put up with this section. And then this is the tourist bit. Okay, I think that's kind of, like, the vibe for me. At least it's working in my mind. I mean, over here we could always use like this main street path because I really love how this complements the color. I definitely don't want to use sand. I really love the way the main street path complements the color of the reds and the warm tones that we have over here, but obviously it doesn't. I mean, it does kind of go with this. Like, maybe we need blue or this teal accent in this area too to really tie it all together. So I'm not sure if there's, I mean, my eye first goes to that, but maybe not. I mean, I do have some of these kind of like these path elements. It's, yeah. That's not really the best item to have chosen for this, right? Like, and then we do have these neon things as well. So I still need this neon stuff. But actually, let me bring up the aquarium. I'm wondering whether we have an aquarium in this area. Could it go behind the seating area? So it's like decorative for the table. And could I get one on both sides? Oh, that could work actually. Can I fit two? That's the question. Like, could we get two in here? Not by the look of it. It looks as though the aquarium footprints hit each other, which is a shame. Just another item in the game with a strange footprint, but I mean, one is fine. Wait, I do kind of like that though. I do kind of like that. It's bugging me that everything's sitting off the back a little bit. I just have to bring that up by 2 just to make me feel better. All right, I do kind of vibe with that. But I still think that this can come over here in our kind of like street vendor section. And then maybe this is a restaurant for the hotel. And this is the bus stop that you get to leave the hotel and go off on your journeys, wherever that is. Although this big blank space is kind of going to bug the life out of me. And I think that's what using path in this way does. It like throws me off because I'm like, instead of looking at the biome, I'm now looking at path and I'm like, do I need to cut sections out of this, have walkways and things like that? Because it becomes quite monotonous, I suppose, when you've got like big sections of path like that. But that's fine. We will cross that bridge, but when we come to it. So I think I want to move over to this area because this is kind of an interesting vibe for me. I'm liking how it looks so far. So I think maybe we just continue playing around with this section. Maybe we bring this down to about here. And we kind of... I don't know, I like the way that they sit close to each other like this. I just think that looks really cool. I do like the Wally sign in here because I feel like it's indicative of... I don't know, I feel like it's indicative of that kind of like gritty area. I'm going to leave those where they were originally. Whether this needs to be over here or not, I think it probably... I don't know, I think it probably doesn't. I feel like it's going to take up a bit of space and not let me walk around properly. I don't even think I can fit this in this corner, right? No, it's a little bit tight. Like the only option would kind of be to have it there. I'm going to get rid of this one for now. Just because it's not kind of working for me. So let me see what I've got else down here. I've got maybe the popsicle bench. I feel like that kind of fits the vibe. I'm just looking at the little bits that I've got down. We could definitely have the clothesline because this clothesline. I can't remember if this was from the star pad. I think that it might have been. The other thing I need to think is where my games section is going to go and where this neon stuff is going to go. Oh my goodness, so many things to think about. Kites are always a vibe. I did even craft some of this like ancient stuff from, which I think it was Eternity Isle. even put the elasticycle down. Like maybe that could go over in this area because it's quite a fancy vehicle. Okay. I think that's it. I'm just going to quickly check houses because they're the one thing that I don't tend to put down in my mood boards. So I'm just going to see if there's a house that would fit alongside of these. There might not be, or I might just not have purchased one yet, but a lot of the houses are very cottage-esque. There's nothing really in there with like too much grit, if that makes sense. I mean, the witch's cottage kind of goes, but not really. Isn't the only thing I could think? Yeah, nothing really. I mean, the other only thing I was thinking for this area was like the super heroic mansion, and I know that's like a total departure from this pop city, but it just kind of like, I thought it went with these buildings in terms of being its own little futuristic section, even with like the designer workshop, although I don't think... Actually, wait, that kind of goes with the bridge, man. Look at that. That really does kind of go with the bridge, though I'm running out of space if I use that. Okay, that's one for me to bear in mind. I mean, we do have Tony's restaurant, but again, a little bit big. It's just everything always has a gigantic footprint. Like, we're really running out of space in the valley, I think, sometimes. And I think if I put anything big in this specific area where I have my mouse right now, it's almost gonna take away from the build because it's gonna take too much space. So yeah, looking at all that again, even the elemental house itself is like, has a smaller footprint, but it's still quite big. So maybe we just end up using like something like this over there, or some capacity for that. It's this little, all these items are just kind of like in the way a second. So let me move those over there. Maybe I just reuse one of these. Like maybe we just go with 3 of... Yeah, like actually kind of that works for me, to be honest. I would love to be able to use this one again, but because I've used my house, I've used my player house as a boat down here. And I just really love having both of those boats. But then for this build, do I just swap out the boat and bring in this as my player house so I land in the meadow instead? Because we could do something like this, maybe kind of like that, and have this as like the built up residential section. Do you know what I mean? I do kind of like that. Or do I prefer having just the Dreamlight house again? Or the Dreamlight store? Decisions. All right, let's go with the house. I'm gonna commit to this for now. We can always swap it out later. At the end of the day, maybe we do... Actually kind of like having the stairs face this way. Because look, at least they get to overlook the pond. I think maybe... It's just... Yeah, when I'm saying it's just, that's my cue to be like, okay, well, maybe I don't love that. But actually, I do kind of like it. Okay, let's do that. I think I'm going to have to fill in. I think I'm going to have to fill this area in with path to get a real sense of what's going on. Because then I think I'm going to have to craft a bunch more path thing. Like, part of me actually really likes this being on the grass, but part of me is like, well, that's not realistic. Although, am I aiming for realism? I try to. Let's bring that down to meet this area, and then let's bring this across to about here. We can come around this pond just like that. Let me fill these in super quick. At least I have a lot of the brick road path. I mean, that's a plus. Down. And I could come just across to like in front of Merlin's. And then we could just do maybe something like this, coming down to these little runways, down into the glade, fill this space in. Give myself a little extra area just by there, and then we can just go up like that. We do that a couple of times. Yeah, I think maybe this like brick path it's good, but maybe it's just a little bit too bright. I'm looking at like the worn road over here and how good that looks. So part of me is like, maybe it just needs to be that, but then how do I differentiate the bridge? So maybe we end up using a different path on the actual bridge, and we can use the worn roads over here. But of course, I'm gonna have to craft quite a lot of it to be able to do that. There is always the option of using like the main street path on the bridge, I guess, because it's got the warm tones that would match the red of the Tories, but then I'm using it around the Hollywood Hotel, so maybe it wouldn't quite go. Nearly there with this. We've used quite a lot of this path for this area. The nice thing is, at least when you use the replace menu, it tells you kind of like how many tiles you have to replace. Let's do that. I think we can come across here. Bring that all the way down. And then we should be, yeah, just on our final square, luckily. Let's do that. And then last tile. Thank goodness. All right. All right, there we go. That's kind of like a cute little residential area. Just the one clothesline is sending me, but if I replace this right now, what can I replace it with? What would actually work? Because we got the main street path. I mean, the main street path would be okay, I guess. Perhaps, a chance, possibility. Also, we got the brick road. I mean, that might actually work too if we replaced it over in this section. Definitely not something like the leaf strewn border. I don't really love this one either because I feel like the gray contrasts too harshly with the red. Like, it just doesn't feel like it belongs. We're definitely not doing mud. I mean, there's always the choice of the cobblestones. Those could kind of work. What else have we got? We got a bumblestone, definitely not. Don't even think the gold one would work, so I'm not gonna consider that. Oh no. No, 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 no. Alright, maybe for now I'm just gonna leave this one just so it's in place. I'm going to craft a little bit more path. Like, this is crazy. These paths look ridiculous. These three paths together, how absurd. Usually I feel a build starting to come together, but this one is yet to give me that vibe. I visited Daddy McDuck, and I didn't realize that the worn brick road is actually a purchasable item, which is actually a bit of a pain because you can only purchase 1,000 items a day from Scrooge. So if I wanted to replace all this with the worn brick road, at the moment I can't because I can't purchase any more, which I think is actually kind of shady. I mean, it's fine that it's in Scrooge's, but technically it should be like, technically it should be a craftable item, but I don't think there should be a limit on how many you can buy if it's a path, because sometimes you just need a lot of path. So as of right now, I can't replace the worn brick road with the one I need, which is a shame, but we'll just work with what we've got for now. I might have a little way that I can get around that, but let's just take a look at some of the other options. I think that it does need to be gray, so I do think that something like the Ancient's Path over here could work as well, because it does still bring in the green from the biome, which is what I liked. The other option is to do something like asphalt, but I feel like that's just a bit too miserable. So I think maybe I was looking at the ancient tile path as well, but that might work for like a sidewalk, if that makes sense, but I don't think that should be the entire path. And the other one that I was looking at, which actually didn't look too bad, was the cobblestone. So the alpine cobblestone, because it has the gray, but it also has the warmth, which I really like. So part of me is wondering whether I do maybe something like that. Maybe this needs to... Is that the middle? No, see, the middle is down here. Like, again, part of me is wondering whether I'm making the right decision with having this house. Like, is this the one? Let me just move it down here real quick, because is this the one? Or should it be another one of these? You know, kind of like this. This is a lot smaller. I don't know. I can't decide. So silly. I think all right, let's leave it. Let's leave it for now. Let's see how we get on. I might keep that with the cobblestones then. And then if I change this back to the worn road. Do they kind of match? Okay, let's carry on with this as it is for now. I'm thinking maybe I'm going to move these, again, just out of the way slightly for a second. They're not going to stay over here. But then a part of me is like, I don't actually really know where to put these now, because I'm kind of like working myself out of the Pop City aesthetic, I guess, by merging all of these different things together. I don't know whether to move these items, because I really like the idea of having like the city hall be different, if that makes sense. I really like the idea of having that be more modern. But then I'm wondering if this whole side of the biome should be this aesthetic, if that makes sense. And maybe I do forego the Tower of Terror, and maybe we move this over to this corner instead. I think that might make me feel a bit better in terms of, you know what, I'm just going to delete the path too. That's going to be a big save. That's not going to be happy when it comes to save. It's just what I'm feeling, okay? It's just what I'm feeling right now. I'm like, this needs to like come over here. That's the vibe that I'm drawn to. Because it doesn't mean the sushi stuff can't stay, because I feel like actually the sushi's kind of, or this specific sushi setup is kind of bougie and would match the type of people that are working in the city hall. And I don't want to, I feel like I'm creating a kind of like a crazy us v them situation going on, but actually in terms of the story, if we take Merlin's out of the equation, because I do really love that build, I don't know what I'm going to do to blend that in, but it's kind of like two sides of the bridge. Do you know what I mean? We've got like the gritty city side, and then we've got the fancy schmancy people who don't live in the city but they come into work. I feel like I'm bringing real world I feel like I'm bringing real world issues into Dreamlight Valley, but you know what? It's the world we live in, okay? It's the world we live in. Although I really do love this land speed cruiser, whatever it is, Tatooine cruiser. I hate the cobblestones. Friends, I hate the cobblestones. They're not working. They are absolutely not working for me. I don't think I had enough Yeah, I didn't have enough of the stone slab path. So maybe I do need to craft some more of that one. Because I do kind of want it to feel dark. Although, one thing I haven't tried, which maybe would go... Oh, I don't have enough of that one either. Is the brick road with the border, the sinister brick road with the border? Because actually, that's the darkest path that we have. Okay, it looks as though my crafting wasn't enough, so I guess I just have to do some more real quick. I guess that the only conflicting thing that I have with doing the two sides is, will it feel like a cohesive biome? Like, would it be better for me to just mix these things in together? But then I think it loses... I don't know, I think it loses some of that story, so... I don't know. I think I'm going to try it and we're going to see. Hopefully there's a way that I can still make it feel cohesive. Like, I don't want it to feel completely like two halves. You know, because even down here, like, we managed to blend the tropical area with this very formal area quite nicely, and I think it still works. So I definitely want to make sure that we use similar trees, you know, all of that sort of stuff that will really help tie it all together. I say that and then I've got this big like Merlin area over here, but that's besides the point. So I'm wondering now if instead of doing that, I could bring it over this house to like maybe this section. And then I could bring another one of these stores in maybe round about here, just so it feels... Because like if I make this whole area kind of like this almost quote-unquote residential section, then that might work a little bit better rather than having it clustered on this side now that I've moved these things out to give myself the space over here. So I'm not sure unless I rotate this one. Let's rotate this one this way. No, I don't like that either. Let's do it about there, and then this one could go... Maybe that one could go... No. What have I done over here? Because I like whatever this is. It's about halfway down the back of it and still rotated. So what is it? About here? Let's say. And then let's move that. Let's move that into that section as close as we can. It might be the case that we can't actually end up using this stairway, but... I think that's fine. Unless I rotated them inwards instead of outwards. Oh wait, they get quite close round about there. So if I do, let's do 1, 2, and just a 1 on that, and then bring them towards that back area. Maybe even a little bit further across, kind of like that. Okay, that's better. I'm going to swap this out because I do have enough of this. I definitely think it needs to be that one brick road, right? I think it just has to be. As for this area, though, we'll decide on that one. I mean, it could be the... What have we got? It could be the stone slab path. Although that one feels like a little bit miserable, I guess. Where did my... Ah, there we go. The sinister brick road with border. Because that's the darkest one, but that's kind of like, to me, this is the city pot vibe. But I think maybe having the darker anchor in the middle helps. I'm going to fill this in because I've got a little bit of border hanging out since now we've swapped the brick road out of that. So let me just do that on that side. And let me just go ahead and fill it in over here too, so we don't have too much space around them. So maybe we do have the dark anchor in the middle. And the one thing I've not even thought about bringing in is the river kits, but that's a whole other topic. So let me swap this now for the worn brick road. And maybe I just go ahead and I fill the rest of this biome in. I know it's not the most riveting thing to watch somebody fill in to fill in some path, but you know, maybe the sound is kind of ASMR-y, maybe my voices, or maybe my voice is monotonous. I mean, however you feel is valid, right? Let's do that. Let's bring another row across. Let's bring another row across. Actually, this isn't going to take too long because I can get through this quite quickly if we just do this sort of vibe. I do want to use this, but let's move it over there for now. It might be the case that it goes on the kind of like the right-hand side of the bridge, you know, where we were talking about having much more of a natural area for those people that are kind of working in the city. Boo to them. Let's just grab a couple of these, bring them all the way over. And let's do the same on this side. I'm sorry to Merlin that we're encroaching on his space like this. I do think that I need to do something around the ponds because whatever that is bugging me. You know, like this, like these probably need a full square around them is what I mean. Like something, you know, where it's not running right up to the edge at least, so it's got a little bit more space around it to breathe, you know, something like that. And then maybe we bring these ones out on each side, kind of like that, although that one might need to be a bit more square. And then this house will probably need to come back a little bit then, because that's actually quite close to the pond, so this would probably have to go round about there, which I think still works. I know that this build is all gonna kind of like come together and tie together at the end. It just will. I just know that it will. But look at all of that path. I mean, on the plus side, it should help stop spawns, possibly. And then let's try and get some of these things in now. So like the vending machine, the cup machine. I think this might be better on this side. Like, what is this? Do we have seating? But then where do we bring this stuff as well? Wait, let me grab... Where is it? Where's my start path stuff? Here we go. So we've got these little bits so we can bring up too. These little recording bits, although it seems to have brought a flower very kindly. Let's move these over here. Because those are definitely the items from the star path. We've got these big shelves as well, which I actually think kind of like almost act as dividers. Which I think are pretty cool and pretty rustic. I think part of what is making this build more challenging for me is all of that path. I think it's just all of the path is making it a bit more overwhelming's the wrong word, because it's not like overwhelming, but I find it easier. I don't know why. I find it easier to work with the biome. I'm honestly kind of like considering deleting all this path, besties. Like, after we did that, why does part of me just want to do this? Oh, I only deleted one tile. Maybe that's a sign. Part of me just wants to do this, and then part of me wants to bring in the path afterwards. So maybe I should listen to my gut, okay? Maybe I should listen to my gut, and maybe that will make it easier for me to do to execute the build in a way that I kind of want to. Now, I did put this star path blimp down, but actually I don't think it fits the vibe. It's just a little bit too rock based for me, but we do have these like these koi fish that we can use dotted around as well. I think part of what is making me want to move on is like, actually part of me really wants to do the filling in and doing all the cute little elements to this build instead of the structural bit, but I definitely need to make sure that I get in the structural elements that I want. It's just how we go about that. And I think it's all of these things, to be honest with you. I think it's like the meal in a cup is bugging me. Like, actually, what if... Maybe it's because I'm trying to create a centralized area for that, if that makes sense, rather than having these items. It's because I'm trying to create like a food court rather than having these items be, or just be, like tucking this in between those two, you know, something like that, if that makes sense. So like, instead of having it here on this mid bit, we could move this over and we could have this like little self-serve bit just here in the middle. Yeah, see, that already feels better to me. Like having that little self-serve bit between there. We could bring over the... Where could we put the snacks? We could put the snacks like right next to this sign. So you could pick up some snacks on your way like out of the door. Yes, I'm on the right path now. Just moving those items away from each other has already made it feel better. The meal in the cup, I think this is the only one that doesn't fit the vibe, although it does kind of go with this one, like this house by itself. I wonder if it went over here. Maybe we could squeeze it in. Yeah, I don't know. Meal in a cup for me is not working right this second. So instead we could create this little like, I don't know, quote unquote fun zone. I hate that. Fun zone makes me feel... But we could do, I don't know, maybe a couple of these together. These listen in bits. I don't really love the Fix It Felix kind of game. Nor do I love the Bear Claw one, because they don't really match. However, there are a couple of games down here which go. So we got this Dreamlight kind of game. We've got this coin game. And I think that's it. I mean, part of me is also wanting Penelope's car just because of the colors. And the Sugar Rush cabinet does actually look quite good with this. But the ones from the Star Path, I'm not too sure on. The sofa may be too much, like, for the outdoors. And I really like this set that we got, but like, it's kind of giving it should be inside, right? It's kind of like an indoor arcade build instead. So let's just go with those ones for now. Although there is this little generator, which is quite cool too. I think this is a Monsters Inc. one. So we could always use that somewhere. But yeah, let's see what we can do with all of these. So we've got Penelope's car. We've got these kind of like arcade-esque games. Maybe we could put one at the back of that. Kind of like that. And then maybe we could do one this side. So they all kind of sit in that vibe. I guess we could do it. Yeah, I guess we could do it about there. Maybe we add the Sugar Rush cabinet in on... Where will you fit? Will you fit round about there? Although that one actually looks kind of like the odd one out. But the pink does go really well. I tell you what I've also put down is some of the stools. I can't remember where they are. I definitely put down, yeah, these. These little like multicolored holographic stools. I think that these are super fun. We could have one of those in front of each of the listening things. Like that could be quite cool. And what if we did them back to back? Honestly, this is kind of giving like, this is kind of giving slot machines. You know what I mean? It's a bit Vegas, the Vegas of it all, but let's try that. So we could do something like this. Maybe round about there. I wonder what the... Instead of this being like a recording booth, I'm treating this as like almost karaoke booths. Like we could have 3 of those back to back so they kind of create like a triangle. And maybe those are our mid centerpiece. We could put those over this side. Maybe we move the games. Maybe we move the games like 1 to by here. Actually, wait, that kind of works. Oh yeah, this looks kind of good. Me being surprised at my own abilities. Do we tuck a little Felix arcade game in amongst each of these, or do we think that's too much? I think maybe that's too much. I reckon there's a decorative element we could put in there instead of an arcade game, so I'm going to get rid of those. And then really, I'm actually not sure if the Vanellope car is necessary, although if I bring the... Did I steal the Sugar Rush cabinet? No, I duplicated it. I mean, it could go next to the... It could go next to the car, right? Like, we could do something... Just trying to find the right layout. We could do something like that. I'm just trying to figure out where, because... Actually, let me move that there a sec. I think I want the placement of this to be off to this left way. Actually, let's do that left and up. And then let's do these over here. And I'm actually going to create a quick preset of this. I'm just going to call it music, because I might be able to just throw another one of these down. Oh, it looks like I need to buy some more. Like, I guess we could just have them spaced out kind of like this. And then we could always bring the Vanellope stuff just about there. And then these arcade games round about there. And then if we moved all of that to about there, we've got a little game section. Oh, did you see how quickly that came about? Let's go. See, eventually, if you try for long enough, something will come together. Okay, I think this is making good progress. Let's move some of these stands over. Let me move that koi fish out of the way. Let's bring some of these into this area as well. We could also maybe just bring in some kind of like decorative elements, maybe just kind of like this. Maybe we do another one on this side, you know, just to tie it all together. Okay, yeah, I feel good about this now. I do. I feel good about this. Maybe we can just place some little benches down as well, just to make it feel cohesive. I don't know about pathing. Not to talk about pathing again. Actually, let's talk about how we get off this central section, how we get off this bridge. So Dreamlight Anya, the lovely Dreamlight Anya, did tell me that they fix the footprint on the plaza hedges, because if you've been playing for a while, you'll know that you never used to be able to touch these. They always used to have a big gap about this wide, but you can actually bring them pretty close now and get the shrubs to kind of like touch together, which is quite good. But part of me is wondering whether I kind of like just bring them on the outsides, kind of like this, just to make this bridge feel a little bit more enclosed on the entrance and exit. But I'm partially wondering if actually I should just use the smaller ones for that, because that ends up, at least on this side, it comes right up to the start of the bridge. So let's do that. Can't quite get the same place on this one, but that's okay. It just... Actually, if I go back... Do I go back 2? Alright, if I go back 2, I can get the same effect. So let's do that on both sides. And then I was just wondering, like, how I actually get into this area. Do we have, like, another archway? I can't remember if we have, like, a red one. I don't think that we do. If I just search arch... No, we've kind of like got the woodland one and stuff like that, but not the St. Paddy's Day one. I don't think that any of these really fit the bill. I mean, no, not even the Gulch one. The Gulch one feels a bit too dark. The Magnolia one is probably the nicest, and it kind of fits the build, but it's not really like the big wow entrance that I was kind of thinking about. The one that I usually default to is this like wrought iron Mickey one, which is always a nice kind of like archway to go with. But maybe we end up doing something with like trees, maybe, possibly. I'm just gonna scoot this to about there. Or maybe we just don't. Maybe we just don't have anything fancy, or I bring in... What if we did the hedges for another kind of like amount? That doesn't make sense. And have the gap be the walkthrough. And then maybe we could put... Oh wait, maybe we could put these Ralph trees. Because we do have these Ralph trees and they're only a single tile. Oh, that's a bit tight, right? I mean, I like the idea. But the canopy on these trees is super, super tight, so perhaps that's not. Although, having said that, like, that does kind of feel like the type of thing that they would do to hide the view. Does that make sense? Like, they would hide this side if we're going with that split between the two areas. I could kind of see how that could work. This part of me is wondering, like, what if we put it in between here on this side? And we just left the gap between the hedge as the entrance, although, no, I'm not really vibing with that. I think maybe for now I'll leave this setup, but it does make that feel extraordinarily close, so maybe we do... Maybe we rotate it to about here. Although I wonder if we went with that rotation there and then bring that on up here. And then part of me wonders whether we just... No, and then we could bring that up a little bit tighter. And then we could always do... Maybe... Like... maybe like this? And then I guess we could move the whole bunch a little bit further back if needed to be. Part of me wants to swap those around, so having this here and then that there. Which I think actually could... I think that could work. Yeah, so we've got this game. Yeah. This is good. This is good. This is good. This is good. Do that there. And then this is like the recreation square. Plus it has all the neon aspects, which is kind of what we're going for, right? Maybe we put this in front of the sign. Just looking at where this Land Cruiser could go. Maybe the snacks come out and we put this over here. That kind of fits by there, right? Move the clothesline down a bit, and then maybe we move... Maybe we move this... Actually, it kind of has the red of this area, so I'm wondering maybe we put it down just off that little bit. Yeah, that looks good. That actually works. So we could have the snack vending machines like next to the actual vendors. We could maybe move that one over here. Drop that in place. And then I wonder if we move that on over to this side. Actually, I think maybe we just go with the one snack machine. I think it works fine with just the one. The vision. I'm seeing the vision, my friends. I'm seeing the vision. I kind of feel like these should be semi-close to the houses because they feel like power supplies almost for the houses. And I'm wondering whether they could go like back to back, although they don't seem to be able to get quite close. But I was wondering if they could be like power generators for the actual residential buildings. So maybe we just sneak them in dotted around. Maybe we put one... How close can I get you? Yeah, maybe we just put it round about here then. Maybe even one out the back of this one. That's kind of fun. And then, yeah, maybe we could use this in some capacity. Maybe that just goes outside of this house, and maybe there's one like on the side of this one. Do a rotation like that. And what can we do? Should we fit one in between? Should we fit one in between those? Sort of like that. I don't know what they do. I know that they're water vapor things in the Star Wars universe. What they do in this build, none of my business. Let's do a little... Yeah, maybe about there. And we can have the washing line like this. I always like putting two washing lines together, although if you can't run through them, it does make it a little bit awkward. So if I put it down there instead, let's do a full 8 rotation on that. That's kind of fun. Then I guess we could always have one coming at the back of this build too. Maybe we have it at like that. All right, let's go. This is coming together. Because, you know, you gotta hang your laundry wherever you can. So I do have the rugs one as well, which I always think looks super cute. So let's do that. Let's also bring that in, because I know it's got some of the colors of this. So we can maybe put that in like roundabout. Actually, I don't want to block, if I can help it, I don't want to block that mining node. So let's do this angle. And then we put that in there. And then I wonder if I could also fit... What if I could also fit this alongside the other one? Or maybe we... Actually, yeah, we could put it right against the back of the house, if possible. Just like that. Okay, that's cool. And then let's bring in... I'm feeling enthused again now. I'm definitely feeling the vibe. Let's bring in some of these telephone poles. Because... Of course. they would fit with this kind of build. So let's put one like right against the house here. Let's do another one out the back of this. Rotate it and bring one. Maybe we could bring it in between the washing line. Like that feels like somewhere it would be. I'm gonna bring that one down to about here. I never know what rotations these should be on. Like, it's always kind of like, do they need to be facing each other? Should they all be symmetrical? I think maybe that would work. And then maybe we bring one. I don't know whether to bring one right in the middle of this, like, yeah, like it kind of needs it, right? I feel like it would kind of need it right in the middle. And then finally, I wonder if we do one behind that stand. Okay, it's giving. Yeah, that's giving. I love that. We do have some of these trees from, gosh, I think this was the lady in the tram stop path. These kind of fit the dark and moody vibe that I'm trying to build from this area. So I'm going to place a couple of these in because they do have lights on them as well. So I think if we get a couple of these just dotted about, I think that's definitely going to add to the vibe. And if you notice what I'm doing, I tend to build in like, actually I'm going to rotate this one like that so I can have the tree relatively close to it. If you kind of see what I'm doing, and it does make sense in my head, I build in clusters. So I think that always looks a bit more natural. So you'll see I've clustered this area together. We've clustered this area. We've clustered this. So then I think when you cluster stuff like that together, it makes it look more realistic and feel more realistic. And then you have the connectors between them that you can fill in with stuff like foliage and the little paths and the little decorative elements. But I think in general, building, I've even done it over here with this, like even that's a cluster, that's a cluster. This is technically a cluster. So you see the vibe. It's just that, I guess it's that aesthetic that I'm going for with this, but I think that it ends up working, and I think it ends up making stuff feel, and we've talked about realism before and whether realism like has a place in Dreamlight Valley, but I think that it does, and I think it just works a little bit better, and it makes it all feel nice and cohesive, even when it might not necessarily be, and I think that's the key. I would really love a bus stop over this side too, but I'm kind of struggling to find a place to fit it. I'm just wondering whether we either lose or move that. I'm kind of teetering towards lose, and then we put one on this side. And then I'm thinking, actually, what if we had a bus stop on both sides? Because I do want some mirrored elements, I think. I do want to feel some sort of mirroring between the two areas. Do I know where the bus is going to come? Do I know where the bus is going to drive? No, absolutely not. But maybe we do. No, I think this one can go straight. I think that's fine. Yeah, I kind of like that. Okay, so I think we've been doing a little bit of like filling in, but I think we're at a point where we can do some more filling in of the little items. So that's a chance for me to like really dig in here and see what I put down. Even stuff like these doors, I think are kind of cool. These like door separators, because I don't know, they kind of have the color scheme, you know, they fit with some of what we've been placing down. And I think just having stuff, I think sometimes just having stuff is good. Like we could use it like over here, maybe like they've wanted to block this water vapor thing. Maybe they've wanted to do that. Maybe they've taken inspiration and done the same thing. Although maybe we just have it on the one side. We could have it at the back like that too. So we got those two in. I like that. I don't think I'm going to place the DJ stuff down. I mean, it does kind of go with it. Well, actually, it does kind of go with this area, right? Like, if anything, it would probably go around there. But even then, I think maybe we've already got enough in this bit. The only thing I could think was like, okay, would it go over there? But I don't think it needs it. I'm going to leave the DJ stuff off for now. Let's see what else we've got that could be like a little bit more gritty. This is not gritty, but I did buy some more of these stones. I don't know whether I use these or not. They do have like the bright colors. So I guess we could kind of dot them under stuff, maybe? I guess, like, just to bring in some extra vibes? Maybe? Let's do that. Let's just bring these colors in and see if we can get them to pop a little bit. Let's do something like that. What else have we got? I did place these sinister kind of like trees down. And I do actually think they look quite good. And also the main reason that I put them down was they've got purple on them, but also at night, I believe, if I remember correctly, they have the green flames. So the green flames kind of like show up and it kind of acts as a light, I guess, or like a lamp type thing. Maybe we could put that. Maybe we could put that over in this section. I don't know if that separates Merlins or whether that's gonna freak Merlin the hell out, but let's do maybe that there. Did I place one over there? I did. So if I'm working in triangles, technically one should be like over here. So maybe, no, I don't like that there. I do like to work in threes. Technically one should be like maybe in the middle, but I think that might be a little bit much. Although in this spot specifically, I actually think that could possibly work. So I'm going to leave one there. Let's see. I've put some umbrellas down. We've got some train tracks, which I've not used. There's more floral stuff here. This Cozy Cone Motel sign might work. I know we don't have the Cozy Cone Motel down. However, it is a neon sign, and I do think that the neon signs will look really good at night in this area with everything else that we have. So maybe we find a little spot for this. Maybe it's over here. Let's see. Okay, that footprint doesn't want to play ball. Come on, you can do it. We can find you a home. Let me move this all the way back to about there. And let's see if we can squeeze that in now. Okay, we can. We can squeeze it in here. Oh, there we go. I can put it right up against the house. And then I can bring that back up to about there. So that's going to light up like this side of the biome. I think I really only need one for that, but because I do have my drive-in down on the beach, I was really wondering whether to include something like this. Because, you know, when people be putting up signs, they don't care about the residents. They just want the commerce. So maybe we put a sign up on this side that like leads down there. I don't know how we're going to tie in the vibrancy of this side. Wait, I really love this. Earlier, I was like, I hate this build. This is not going well. Nothing's going right. But now I'm actually like, wait, this is kind of eating. So we'll save the grates for when we put the path down. I think maybe. Oh, I forgot about the air hockey table. What about the air hockey table? That does feel like it belongs over here. So what if we put that on the back of there, or maybe even. Maybe just in that section. Yeah, that works. I don't want to put it right on the entrance bit, but I think that I think about there goes. This is why I like to put a mood board down, because I would never remember to go and check my inventory, if that makes sense, for that kind of item. So I think these are some of the grittier bits. Like we've got the grate, we've got the cones, we've got the sandbags. I think the sandbags could add just a little like something to the areas. So maybe we could have them, yeah, maybe we could have them dotted around like this. I know I've got single ones and kind of like multiple ones. Let's place it, maybe let's do it there. I forgot about these popsicle benches too, so let's get some of these in this like games area because they fit quite nicely. Maybe the 2 is fine, but let's do that. Actually no, you go back where you were, unless I did this. Oh yeah, I prefer that. Let's do that, and then I could probably fit something in there, maybe a trash can or something along those lines. These kind of lights were quite fun to me as well. I'm just not sure. I mean, if they're going to go anywhere, this section will probably take them a little bit stronger than anything else. But it's just a case of kind of like where they end up going. And it's not really speaking to me. Unless I did something around this food area. Kind of just like that to make it its own little section. Do you know what I mean? Because there's quite often like string lights around these market food stalls. So we could do that. Maybe bring this out a little bit to give it a bit more breathing room. All right, you know what? I don't mind that. Let me leave that as that is for now, because then I was also thinking of these. I can't remember the exact name of this. It's like papel picados, I think, or something like that. And I was wondering whether these would actually go quite nicely in an area like this, just because they're quite fun, they're quite vibrant, they can actually go over the stuff as well, which is quite cool. It's a shame that I can't get them in there, but I'm wondering what if I move these just one tile out, would I be able to sneak those in? I would, which is quite nice. So we could do maybe that. And then I could rotate this one that way. And then maybe we could do the same thing here. Like if I just give a little space, we could do that right over the top. Yeah, that's cute. That's fun. I like that. This tree is in the wrong place. I can just tell. But that still all works for me. For sure. I'm going to move that down a little bit. Around about... Oopsie, we got rid of the hedge. To round about there. Okay, yes. So I think the next thing I'm going to do is actually try and get some paths back in. So I think I'm going to path each section and then try and connect with path, which sounds so silly, but instead of pathing the whole area, I think I'm just going to do something like this. And then we'll find a way to connect these bigger blocks of areas together. That makes absolutely no sense, so I do apologize, but there's something about this sinister brick road that is speaking to me for this build. I think it's the fact that it's kind of purple when everything that we're looking at is almost purple as well, if that makes sense. We're using a lot of purple tones in the build. Did I fill that in right? I did. So I just feel like that purple kind of gives what we're after. I don't think that's... That was actually quite close to being centered as well, which is kind of wild. But let's do a purple there. Let's do a purple around these houses. So let's do there. Come across. Maybe like that. And then up. Can we go up one more? Okay, what am I hitting? Am I hitting this? I can move that. And then down into like this area. So that connects at least. Then we can just fill all of this in. And then part of me is thinking that that little food area to the right could have maybe the worn brick path. It's either that or I have these sections all be... Oops. Let me... How am I going to do that? Let me do that again. Because I didn't reach the edge. I didn't... What? Okay, there. You know what? That single tile, it can stay. Because what did they say? It's not my place to make something perfect. I think that's... I think this is my theology knowledge not coming through. I think it's Islam where they say that perfection shouldn't happen because it's not our job to make something perfect, it's God's. Which actually, genius, to be honest. So I'm wondering if maybe we use the worn brick road on this bit, or we use the worn brick road as kind of like the paths between the areas. Where is it? Here it is. The one with the border. It's like we could use that as connector, or we just kind of get rid of all that and we just use the... Where is it? Just use the sinister one. But the sinister with border, of course. Where is my border? There it is. Like, part of me is like, do I make these like a little bit more diagonal? Because I could do something foliage-wise in the spaces. Let's see. 1, 2, 3. An extra one? Is that right? No. How do I get you to be directly diagonal? What do I need to do? Get rid of you? No? Well, maybe that is right. Maybe that is right. Wait, let me get rid of that and let me do it in diagonal mode instead so I can see what's... I see what the heck is going on. Let's change that back to square. Let's grab this and let's come down here on the diagonal. And then what do we want? We want to be here. I want to come down here on the diagonal. Okay, yeah, it looks like it has to be like that. So I had it right the first time. Which honestly sums me up. I don't love this being right over the path like that. To be honest, I do like this. I do like having it. But let's do that instead. Shame I can't rotate those even though we've got it over the thing, but... Actually, maybe we don't need one at the back. No, we need one at the back. What if it was to the section instead? That could kind of work. Alright, TBD. TBD on that front, but I do think the dark path works really nicely. So let's go ahead and do the same thing over... Let's go do the same thing over here. I think we're going to run into a little issue with that rock. We are. We can bring that down. And then when can we come back across? Is it here? No, next one. Here. Okay, maybe we don't come back across. Maybe we go to there. And then let's do 1, 2, 3. And then we can come out like that. Part of me wants to go to there. Okay, that's nice and centered in that bit then. The only thing that's not then on the path is the washing line, but I think I can deal with that. He says. Bring that across, bring that across. Bring that across. Did we fill in a tile? Down. Then we can just get these ones all going. Kind of like... Sort of like... that. I think that's fine, actually. So if I change that to diagonal, it creates the vibe that I wanted from it, which is good. I'm going to move this koi fish just for now because it's kind of in the way. So I wonder if we do a nice diagonal connector up here. And then I wonder if I can come off. Yeah, I can come off that one. Like that. And then could we do the same thing here? Will it make it? And can I come off here? The diagonal mode is so hard to use. Like, it honestly is. And also, we need a redo button. We have undo, but I just personally, for me, desperately need redo. Okay, yeah, that kind of works. And then let's do down from this one. Let's do down here, and then that one can be the diagonal. And then I wonder actually if we have the extra tile by there. Actually, let's put those like out the front. Kind of like that. And then we'll do the door there. And then the drive-in sign, I don't want it to be half and half, but like... Or maybe it goes out the back. Like maybe they've made this person have the drive-in sign in their back garden. And actually, you know what? As much as I like the doors... I don't actually think I want them for this particular bit. Because I actually think this water vapor thing looks quite cool. So let's keep that. Let's keep that where it is. Let's do across from there. Yeah, okay. Yeah, that looks good. So we got that going on. We got those areas connected, which I think is a vibe. And then maybe we bring in, where is it? That one brick road for this little section. Might need to adjust slightly where those sit. Just because of where the path ends. But let's get that in place. Make sure we fill all that space. As they say at Disney, please fill in all the available space. Bring it across, and bring it across again. And we could maybe get rid of those, so it's like its own area. And let's change that to diagonal. Alright, the tree kind of comes over that in an unsightly way. And to be honest, this tree now is not matching that area for me. The tree is more like something you would see over here, right? Because it's got the purple. So maybe I was onto something when I had the tree over here, but I'm just going to get rid of that one for now, and we'll just keep the one over there by the sign, because that's going to be on fire at night, and that honestly kind of reminds me of like the forever burning tire place in The Simpsons. I just saved, but it seems to have undone some stuff, but I can't quite tell what. It seems to have gotten rid of the path over here. But then some of the other changes, it seems to have retained, so it looks as though I'm going to have to redo this little path section. So let's go ahead and try and do that again. I think it was out here, kind of like that, and then I wonder if it was it this one coming down? But then I seem to have lost. I think it's the diagonal that has an issue with saving, to be honest. Diagonal path has always been a little bit finicky and a little bit dodgy, but I mean, I could try saving that and seeing if that worked. It seems as though that's saved, which works for me. I don't think that I lost anything else other than the path. Everything seems to be where I left it, so we'll just carry on. Maybe I've completely forgotten. Maybe I did make changes and I've completely forgotten, but I do think that the worn brick road over here, it kind of works. That's where I'm leaning towards. It kind of works. Whether it's the final path that we use, I'm not sure, but let me just go ahead and bring these back in place. I think maybe if I save it after this before I make it diagonal, that will make it a little bit happier. Always remember to save your game, friends, because you don't want to lose stuff. The quick save feature is very handy for that reason. There we go. So that seems as though it did save. If I come out to furniture mode, it looks as though it's still there, which is good. So now I can go in and just make those little changes that I did have, which was something like this, although I want that a little bit out there. I'm going to get rid of that, but we're going to come out an extra tile by here. So we change all that. There we go. That looks good. Let's try saving that. And that worked. Fab. Okay, so I'm going to come back down to this area right now. We're going to see what else we've got going on. So I definitely want some of the grates, because I just think that they fit the city vibe, right? You have to have these. You just have to have these. It'd be a crime not to. Let's put one maybe here. Maybe around about there. I think you can go overboard with these, but then equally, I don't think you can. Like, they're just a necessity, okay? They're just a necessity of the build. Well, I don't like the diagonal one. The diagonal one bothers me. So let's put that maybe out the back. I'm going to come out to here with that. Actually, I'm going to remove this section real quick. And I'm just going to see if there's any other diagonal way that we could get this to work. But I don't think it is, because I think that they're so close, right? I think that they're too close that you have to have the diagonal go into the straight line, which is fine. We can do something with path around that area. I am thinking I'm just going to extend that across a little bit, and maybe we just come up. Maybe we just come up to there with that. And that feels a bit better. And then I'm going to come down to... Where do we need to come to? This area. Hopefully. See, we're slightly out, which is going to bug me. I'm going to have to assess the situation and work out why we're out and where we need to go. So that needs to really go backwards, but it can't, which means this is going to have to come forward by 2 for it to kind of like fit where I want it to fit. Either that, or does it go back to? Let me move that. 1, 2. And if I brought this down here, where would that end up? How many tiles are we out? 1, 2? Just 2. Okay, so if we do... Oh no, I'm limited. I'm limited by the hedges. All right, I think that's fine. Let me get rid of that one. Don't think I can go any further back on this side. So it's going to have to be a come to out situation down here. But you know what? That's fine. We'll just do that. I know it's like super close up here, but not so close down there. But sometimes you just have to work with the path and kind of like what you've got. So I have no problem doing that. If we change that, it goes to quite a severe point. But actually, if I leave the edges, I think, and I change it to diagonal, it should cut out those edges, which is what I was hoping for the trees. They are a little bit closer than I wanted now, but the only other option would be to use the Alice hedges, which I think I actually put one of those down. Yeah, I did put one of those down here. But those are a lot tall. I mean, the color goes a bit better with the Ralph hedge than the Plaza one, but they are a bit taller. I don't know, maybe that's something for me to think about, whether we replace these Plaza hedges with the Alice ones, because they do have... See, now I'm going to have to try it. They do have the red on them. I've spelled that very wrong. So Peary, and let's go down to... Let's try the wall. See how many of those we can fit in. Or we have to change to the bush, or we might have to change to the smaller bush. Get rid of that. That might mean I could come down, what, to there? Which means I could bring this out. And then let's get rid of those. Let's grab one. Put it just by there. Like that. Then we do 1, 2, 3, and I think it's going to have to be one of these, right? Yeah, I can fit one of those. So actually that matches... That does match the color a little bit better, but it also makes it feel, I guess, a bit more of a wall. But do I hate it? No. I do kind of like it. All right, I'm going to leave them one each for now so I can sit with that and think about what I want. You sit there and think about what you want. Annoyingly, there is a little herb right here. So what we're going to do, we're just going to super quickly clean that up. Okay, I've lost my hedges. I've lost my hedges again. So it seems as though I'm having a little save bug. So I think what might be best is if I restart. I think it might be best if I restart my game, because we even saved that in furniture mode and it does not appear to have saved. Maybe that was a sign? I don't know. Maybe that was a sign that I need to stop immediately. That's what the game is saying. But you know what? I'm not going to stop. We're going to carry on. I'm going to grab, where is it? My Sinister Road with border. Thank you. And we're going to fill in this little area around these houses. Let's come out to, say, about there. Let's do maybe a little diagonal off the back of that. Come down to this one. And then we're going to, as best we can, follow that bit of path. Just because. Come down here. Looks as though we stuck against the wall. And let's come across as far as we can. And then we can just drag these across to try and fill in these gaps, of which there are many. There. A little bit more. And we should be able to see the rest from the front view, like that. Nice and easy. And then let's change that to diagonal. And see what we've got going on. I do wish that it would be possible to actually get the diagonals to line up together, because they end up having this really big gap between them when you use two diagonals together, which kind of sucks, really. It looks kind of silly. Now, do I just fill in this gap like this? Do we just have a little path across in that capacity? Do we connect at the bottom here? Do we just go all the way across from this? That might be the best way to do it. Like, maybe we just have all of that join up together. Maybe we just come up to like here. Part of me still does want, like, I don't know, part of me still does want a separation. So I'm thinking, like, what if we did that? But then do I want the bus stop to have a path underneath it? So what if we grabbed this one? Maybe brought that down to about here, something like this. Or should the bus stop just be kind of like by itself? I mean, it's either that or we have this worn brick road kind of like filling in maybe 4 tiles on both sides of the hedges. So like if we did this to here. Oh look, I lost my path down this middle bit too, which we did. That's kind of rude. It's actually harder when you don't lose everything you've done. I know that sounds strange, but when you only lose bits and pieces, because the grates and everything stayed, I don't remember what I did lose, but hopefully because I've restarted my game now, that should maybe alleviate some of those issues. So let me do the 3 tiles that we had originally coming down here. Where did this one come out? It came out to about there. So we moved all of that, didn't we? We moved it by 2. And we changed that to that. But I think that one could possibly stay. But then I wonder if we actually center the bus stop about there instead, in between that section. But then what would go over here? That's the question. Unless we don't have the worn brick road over this side. If I get rid of that, oh, actually we're just changing it from diagonal to not. If I get rid of that, maybe we could put something else over here. So I think maybe that could be a good approach. I'm still in 2 minds about these. Well, let's come out of furniture mode and hope that that's saved. It did. And just while we're at it, we're going to order some of these PD players. I think we might need to move the seat out of the way to be able to access the middle one. So maybe it's the mirages that are causing the issues. But we can jump back into furniture mode now. Maybe we do... Yeah, maybe just like... Actually, let's do... Maybe just like that. So there's just a little gap here that we could put some foliage in or something. Yeah, okay, let's progress with that, and then we just need to connect this little bit over here to the food area. So I think that it's fine just to literally do this. And then I think that works. Maybe having this by itself is the wrong choice. Like maybe I need to make that too. I'm just trying to tie in the colors in different areas. Like we're gonna have to try and use this dark flooring over here in places to tie it all together, because as I said, like towards the start, I don't just want it to feel like 2 separate areas. They should feel like 2 sides of the same area, if that makes any sense. But I think that we're making good progress with this, actually. I think that we're doing really well. So let's come back down here. Let's see what else. I think that like some of this Monsters Inc. stuff, if we're talking about like just adding stuff now, I think that some of this could work, because again, it's all kind of it's all kind of industrial, you know, so I didn't know whether to bring this in, maybe just like in front of the sign, something like that. I know I've got a couple of the little single pieces as well, so we could do maybe something with those. And then also I do have the pallet, so I think maybe the pallet could come off, maybe just like off to the side like that, because it even ties into the yellow of the building, which is quite fun. Did I have enough grates? I think I only ended up putting 2 down, right? So I think that we need some more. I think that we need some more grates. Let's do one right in the middle like that. And then let's also do one kind of like towards the entrance. Actually, let's have it right in the middle of that entryway. And then possibly there. Actually, there. I will not be explaining further. Okay. Down here, I know that we've got some cones. Now, I think the cones could be pretty good as little space fillers. Maybe we do one here. We could even do them like just generally dotted about. One outside the house, maybe. I don't want to put them in this middle section because I feel like that's kind of like its own area, but we could always do one. Yeah, let's do that. And then I know there's definitely something I want to bring in, which is the fire hydrants and the trash cans. So let's go ahead and bring those fire hydrants in. Let's find a home for those, maybe on the corners or the edges of some of these areas. Kind of like, just like, maybe we put one in just by there. We could have one right next to this water thing. Just going to rotate that one, actually. And then the trash cans as well, because they're red, they kind of match. They kind of match the vibe. Let's do... I guess we could do it right next to the food thing. We could do them right in the middle. Sort of like next to the tree. Could bring one in next to the bus stop. That would make sense. And then, oh, definitely in the food area. We could even have 2 of those. Actually, not right next to each other. Let's do one. Let's do one here. And maybe one here. So they're kind of close, but not quite. And then I do have some, I think I've got some gray, yeah, I've got some gray trash cans as well, which I think are more like, kind of like housey. So they would go a little bit better with these residential buildings. Let's put one like at the back. I love just filling little spaces. I'm sorry. I know that maybe I don't have to fill in every available space, but I just love it. I really do. I just love it. And then let's put one... Let's put one just out the back, right there. Awesome. Some of these koi fish can definitely come in. I don't know if we could fit them in amongst what we've got going on over here, but like... Maybe we have one about there. I don't know how easy these are to actually like run past. Maybe we could even have one like on the corner. Roundabout by there. And then maybe a third one if possible, but I don't think we can squeeze it. Like, all right, let's do that there. In that particular area. And then maybe we do one in the market. Should I say the food market bit? Yeah, let's do that about there. And I think that's good. That's going to interact with the tree. I mean, I guess we could have one like right in front of the sign. No, I don't want to block the sign. I changed up real quick on that. I don't want to block the sign. Yeah, I think that's fine. The only other... Yeah. Yeah. Actually, you know what? I don't think we even need one in the food area. I changed my mind. And then looking down here, I do kind of want to use this fence. But I don't know whether it's just to... I don't know whether it's just to, like, make small areas feel confined. You know, I don't want to actually confine anything in, but I'm like, well, this fence kind of matches the neon aesthetic that we've got going on. Like, we could just drop it in a couple of places. Because I think sometimes even using single bits of fence can help just sell the vibe. Now, where have I put it over here? Is it on? It's not quite on the path. So if I always go with, like, having it just off the path. Maybe we do it down here. Maybe one just there. Maybe one on both sides. No, I don't like it over this side. Yeah, I think even just having a couple like that, just a handful, will add some more light to this area, which is what we're trying to do. We'll probably need to add some more individual bits of lighting as well. I've even got, like, really small stuff, like some of these energy drink cans, which I know take up item limits, but I feel like they just kind of add a little bit of texture to the build. I think I've only got a couple of these small single ones, and I've only got one of the 3. Where is it? It's here. Yeah, I only have one of these 3 ones, which is fine. Let's put that maybe down by there. Don't know about the Bing Bong wagon. Don't think any of the presents or anything. Maybe some of the sacks could work if we just add a couple of those kind of like dotted again in the same way that we did the sandbags earlier. Because stuff just always goes down well. And then I don't think I need fireworks. The last thing on this section might be the foliage, although I really do love this heart. I was kind of like, where could this go? Because this heart just feels like it belongs in this area. Do you know what I mean? It just feels like it should be here. So maybe we could put a couple of these little hearts down to show, you know, this might be a little bit more rough around the edges, but this neighborhood is full of heart. Let's go. And they glow, so double win. Not right by the trash. Right by the trash? Okay, let's do it there. Let's do one... Yeah, let's actually do one there. Maybe we pop one in that little gap. And then one over here. I did have, like, the broken down walls as well. I mean, again, for stuff, they're really handy. They kind of block you running past them, so I'd have to be conscious about where I put them so I don't kind of block my character running anywhere. But I do actually think stuff like this, again, is quite helpful. So whether we put it on the edges or whether we put it, like, against the buildings, let's do another one, maybe kind of like there. And we probably need one over this side. Let's do it there. And then I think I've got the walls. Yeah, I've got, like, wall corners, which are quite handy. So you could always do that around something, like... Where did that want to go? It was happy just a second ago, but maybe we do that. Maybe I don't need these as much as I thought that I did when I first put them down. I mean, we could do them over here. We could maybe do another one. Although I want to access that mining spot, right? So, I mean, I could do that. It just brings a bit more of that purple tone in as well, which is what I'm trying to be cognizant of. But I don't want to block that. I'm looking at that thoroughfare and I'm like, wait, I don't want to block that off. Maybe just one more? All right, right in front of the sign then. Let's do that. Let's do in front of the sign. Cool. I think that might be it for like the items that I've put down for this section. Just looking at everything. While the mailbox is there, I'm just going to remind myself to put that over here, because I always forget that you can place individual mailboxes in the game, so you don't always have to go to a house. So I'm just going to place one of those down just while it's on my mind. Yeah, I think that we could probably start on the foliage in this side. Before I jump straight into the foliage menu, I do have this bioluminescent palm down, and I really do love these. They just have such a ridiculous footprint. Like, there's no reason for the footprint to be this enormous, but I am planning on using them like on the other side of the build. So part of me is like, if I place at least a couple down over here, that should allow me to tie in a piece of foliage, hopefully, between the two areas. So that gives us like a little bit of a story. But look, just trying to place these down is the most difficult thing in the world, because it just does not want to be placed. It's like, I have an enormous footprint and I'm happy that way, and you know what, good for you, but not good for me. Not when I'm trying to fit something together. So I don't like those because they're in line. Okay, so maybe we find a spot like down by here for you. Can you go? Okay, we can go to there with it, so we can get a little bit closer to that, which works. And I don't think I placed any foliage down here. I wonder what we could do. I wonder if we could do this rug in any way. Like, the rug's kind of cool, right? Like, it glows. Could it be the entrance rug for something? Could it be... oh, wait. It could be underneath these? Just to add a little bit of color and a little bit of vibrancy to the space. Let's do that. And then let's jump into actual trees and see what we've got. Because obviously, I think the colors... we could lean purple, but we don't really have any purple trees. Like, we've got this one from the Gulch, but it's, again, enormous footprint. And it has buttons all over it. So as much as I like that, I don't know whether that's the vibe for this one. I wish that we had these in lilac, because we do actually have them in lilac on some of the clusters, I believe, somewhere. I think it was the Storybook Vale ones. Well, we've got lilac trees at least, but I don't want like the mushrooms or anything, because I feel like that leans maybe a little bit too whimsical. But I do think we should get some magnolia trees down here, because we do have them over this side. So I think it'd be really good to try and find a home for them over here. So I don't know whether it's actually like that corner. That works quite well for me. And we could get rid of the path just around that. So it's kind of like sat in its own little area. And maybe let's rotate that so it comes across. Perhaps we could put another one of those. Like, I don't just want it to all be like dead and dingy. That's a bit depressing. So let's find some places for these lovely pink ones. Maybe we could do that rotated this way over the pond, and then let's see if we can fit one more in. Maybe by Merlin's. This is where we kind of start to blend that section together. And then I know I've also placed a smaller one down, so let's see if we can fit any smaller ones in. Maybe one here. Maybe we can pick up the pink of the palm tree with this one. Let's do that. Maybe in this little gap could work. And then, yeah, we could maybe put it in this corner if it wants to fit. No, actually, let's... Come on, Palm. I know that you can find space for me somewhere. No? Nowhere? That's so rude. We'll have to try something else. All right, I think maybe that's all we're going to get out of this one. I'm just going to do that with the tile. We'll add some of the pink coming through anyway, so at least we've got some of the pink tied in around there. So let's just jump back into this menu. I think that... Let me see. I don't want it all to be, like, dead foliage. So I think it should be partially dead. Oh, I'm on similar items. Let's jump back into the full menu. I do kind of like these sinister fir trees. They just have they've got a vibe. Whether sinister fir trees belong down here in the Peaceful Meadow, I don't know, but do they look cool? Yes. Maybe we can get a couple of those in some little places. Maybe we can sneak one at the back here. No, I want it to be more... I want it to be more roundabout there, so if I rotate that, is there any scenario in which we can squeeze that in? Maybe like that? Yes, exactly. Because those always look fun, so I always like those. I don't know whether to... Actually, I think I might bring this one down this side. Kind of like that. And then maybe we grab some of the trees that do kind of like fit in the meadow. And I think that they would be more of like the maple trees or the tall black maples. I feel like the tall black maples go really well. But then the Japanese maples probably do too, because we've got a lot of... We've got a lot of red going on. See, I think that goes nicely like in that little bit to kind of hide Merlins, but also not really. So we could do that there. What if we brought one of the red ones in? Oh, we could bring the red one like right in this back corner. Kind of like in that vibe. What else have we got? I know there's a smaller one. Is this the single... Is that the single tile one? I think it is, which means we could find a space for it by the pond. Sort of like over in that area. Maybe around there. There's always the option to use more of the Ralph trees too, because they are single tiles, so we could maybe do something like that. Again, just a reminder, chat, this is chat, as if we're on a live stream. This is definitely out of my comfort zone. Like, these foliage pieces to me, do they go together? Not really. Am I still trying to use them? Yes. Oh, we could put one over here though, because that kind of fills in that little gap by there. I'm not going to use them again by here. But I wonder if I could sneak one on the edge of that area. Yeah, that's good. Let's do that, and then let's find... Which one did we use? The tall black maple? Is there a version of that that has a slightly smaller footprint, or are they all enormous? I'm going to move these sandbags a sec. We're going to rotate those because I think I can... Okay, actually, we're going to move them. Because I think I can fit that in. Oh, wait, that leans quite a lot, right? So, yeah, there we go. I could fit that over the pond, kind of like that, which I think works quite well. And I think the only bit really we've got left is like this section here. So I'm undecided on what to pop in that space. Like, could we use... I mean, I do have the big magnolia tree, but I don't really love that for that area. I'm thinking, is there anything from the DLCs that would go quite nicely? I mean, we do have a lot of blue trees, but I'm starting to mix way more colors together if I bring the blues in. Maybe that's not a bad thing. Maybe I need to let go, but I don't think I can. I don't think I can, unless I brought some of the oranges in. No. If anything, it would have to be yellows, right? Because the buildings are yellow. So maybe we bring in some of the yellow of the buildings. This is really wild for me. Like these colors. These colors, do they go? I'm not sure that they do, but I'm gonna commit. I'm gonna commit to trying something different, which is good. That's always a good thing to do. We got these shrubs, these different shrubs that we could use. I've completely forgot about this back section as well, so I'll have to bear that in mind. Also forgot about that. Damn. And I'm also going to have to test whether I can walk around this, because at the moment it's giving you can't. I actually think I want to bring that out. Like that. Maybe even up there. Let's see. Well, that still fits. Then I can move that down. And that down. And then that's a bit bigger of a walkway for me, which makes me happier. And then let's do... Oh, I can fit a yellow one on that side, which is quite cool. Alright, I think that kind of works. There's something bugging me. It's part of me for this middle section, and I know this sounds crazy, part of me wants to, like, get rid of this here and have, like, another type of path in there. Now, I don't know what I'm doing with this. This has just come to me, but what if we mix and match the two just like this, just to add a bit more visual interest? I don't know, like everything's kind of like coming off the edge of that, but part of me feels like that looks cool, but part of me feels like I should undo all that. If we jump on into underbrush, I know that there's definitely some smaller shrubs that we can use in here. Like, these don't feel so gritty, I guess, like these nice flowers. But I know what would work and what is one of my go-tos, and that is... Come on, beach grass, where are you? If they ever make this beach grass not clip into stuff, I just think it'll be the end of the world for me. Like, truly. So I'm just going to go around and I'm just going to make all of this feel a little bit rougher. Maybe some roughage, I guess. We can just drop this beach grass in various places to make it look a bit more overgrown, just to kind of like bring the vibe together. I don't think... Oh no, we can place it on path. We can place it on path, but I'm just going to try and focus on some of the areas where we've got the foliage anyway. I mean, having it encroaching on the path is good with me. Like, we could place it like... Let's see. Where do you want to go? Maybe around about here. We can't clip it into every tree, but we can clip it into quite a few. Maybe bring another bit down sort of this area. What else have we got? I know we got this back bit. Let's do there. Let's do this crossing between these areas, and then let's do another one. Let's do another one here. I know that this purple fir tree likes to make itself known. We can't go over that one, and we can't go over that one, so we can't place any in that little section. We could do one over there. Let's do another one Should we do another one on the edge by here? I think that would work. And then let's see what we can get down in this area. So we can do some kind of like that. I think that looks good. We could even have some coming out of the shrub, or out of the hedge, I should say. I think that works. That looks good. Just looking, I wonder if we could actually fit in some of these purple shrubs, because I always forget that the Forgotten Lands has these lovely, lovely purple looking shrubs, so we could get some of these down to bring in those purple tones, and that means on the other side as well, we'll be able to use these again. So let's find a place for them. There's definitely still areas available. Maybe this section needs a little bit of space by here. But I'm thinking if I do something like this, that will make it blend a bit to Merlin's. And I do have to find a home for this remembrance pillar. I think it's a remembrance pillar. Oh my goodness, I can't remember exactly, but we will find a space. Actually, maybe it can just go behind it for now. Sorry to this item. All right, let me grab the purple ones again. Where else have we got? Where else could we sneak it in? Oh, look, right in the middle. That's perfect. Wonder if we could get it over this side at all. I don't like that there. So maybe we can't get it over that side, but I do think we could definitely place it down here. I'm sure that there's another one. Yeah, there is. So there's this other purple one too, which I think just is slightly smaller footprint. Maybe we could fit that. Not sure. It doesn't look like it wants to go unless I move that across, and then we could fit it in. No. Not by there, but maybe over this side. And then we do have the flower shrubs as well, which I do love. So maybe we could get that like in a couple of small different places as well. Although we're kind of running out of space now, so we don't have to cram it in everywhere if it doesn't want to fit, but let's do one maybe out the back. Just by there. And then I guess we could find a home for one. Kind of on this side, maybe we just do it right in the middle like that. Or maybe we don't. Maybe we don't. Maybe we do it by there. Okay. I think that works. And then I think there was an area that didn't have much grass, which I was wondering whether we could fit any in, and it was down here. So it might be the case that we do one just about there. And I think that's about it. I know that there is a... Where is it? There's a fern as well. There's like the purple Forgotten Lands fern. Again, I do like this item, but it takes up a fair bit of space. Maybe we could do it kind of just encroaching on that area too, just by there. And I wonder... I think we can walk through these, if I remember correctly. We could just have it on the edge. And then maybe just one more. Like out the back. And I think that might be, to be honest, just about it. Unless we ended up bringing in just a handful of the butterfly bushes as well. I always say this is about it. And then I'm like, well, what if I just... Because I can't help it. Sometimes something just, you see it and then you're like, okay, well, actually that might fit. Especially if you can like walk through them as well, and it doesn't take up too much space. You can walk through it and it all just kind of comes together. So let's do some of the butterfly bushes. Let me just sneak those in a couple of different places. Maybe one here too. And then maybe one at the back. think that's it for that bit. The only last thing I'm wondering is whether we bring in any of the rocks. So we do have some of these rock clusters which can clip into the grasses and stuff like that. I just think they add a nice little bit of texture to the ground, so we can just maybe put those on the edges, kind of like of the paths a little bit. Maybe even have it, actually even have it coming over the house like that. That looks pretty cool. Maybe even have one on, that's a bit close actually to the other one. We could have it in the corner over here though, just on the edge. Maybe we could bring them to bridge that gap just by there, because we do have that space that we can't really fit anything in because of the path. We could have it on the corners. I just love little filling stuff like this. I really do. I just think it looks so cool. One over here. Definitely one like around about there. And then I think that's... This is like the fourth time I said I think that's it, but let's stick with that. And then finally, I know we've not put any lights in yet. I just need to double check what we've got. Now I've got the 4-town lights. I know that. And then we've got another version of those, which I believe the light is on all of the time. I don't think I actually put that many lights on this area, so we might have to just jump into... Just looking, we might have to jump into the lighting menu and then just see what we've got. I think it honestly get away with just being something like the nice kind of like black lights, although the theater stage lights are the ones that have lights on all of the time. So if I could fit those in, I could just leave those, you know, we could dot those in a couple of different places and we can leave them running. But it depends whether they fit in the, kind of like in the little areas that we have available. Because they might not. I just think for a bit of a glow, it would be quite cool. Maybe we do one, can we fit one down the side? We can fit one down by there. And finally, maybe we do one just off that side. And then we could bring in some of the... I mean, I want to bring in the wrought iron street lamps, but actually, wait, no, I did put a street light down here. It was the... Where is it? Aha, it's this one. It's this kind of like rusty one, which is not the most glamorous thing in the world, but I think it works for the space that we're working with. So we could just add a couple of these in. I don't love that it brings the biome floor through with these, unfortunately, but it's just part and parcel. We'll just accept it for how it is. Maybe we do one like right here. Possibly another one over this side. Kind of like that. I mean, we could do one in the middle of this space. If space permits, but it doesn't look as if it will, so it might have to go like... I have to go on the outskirts or the edges. Maybe one about here. Maybe one right on the entrance. Yeah, I think that's good. And then maybe we do one. No, I don't like that. Not there. More against the building was okay. Actually, I don't really like that either. Maybe down by the... No, we've got one there, not down by the bus stop. Let me just see where we need one. No, I think it is by this building. Roundabout by there. And then I think this side... Only this side is done. That's kind of like our gritty city area. And then we got this to look at. I will say that I think this side is definitely more in my comfort zone of building. So I actually think this side might be a little bit easier to do. So I'm just going to pick up some of the stuff that's on the floor, except for the tree. So we can get that out of the way, get the flowers out of the way. I do think that we keep the... I for sure think that we keep everything we've done down here so far. So I'm happy to leave all of that kind of where it is. Although this mailbox is kind of bugging me. The smallest thing around is bugging me. Let's leave that. Let's put that there. No, let's do it. Let's do it like that. Yeah. Okay, so this bit I'm fine with, apart from the tram. We will need to line that up, I think, which, if I look at that, that should be just about right. I think maybe one across. Drag it down and we'll see. That's correct. So we'll have a bus stop on this side too, to kind of reflect it. I don't know whether to use the same pathing and the same floor. I do want to leave the sushi area because I think that it fits. I think that it works with what we've established, like this area to be. Well, not just this area, but the whole biome. It's got that kind of like Asian influence to it. So we can leave the sushi area. Let's actually bring the monster sushi onto that table. We'll rotate that right there. Something like that. So we can leave all that. We can definitely have the city hall stuff over this side, as though these are the kind of like the work buildings. The tram? Yeah, I think maybe we have the tram over here. I still like this. I don't know why. Like, this seems ridiculous. I still really like this kind of like photo op, but I don't know what the photo op is for. So part of me is like, we need to get rid, unless I had it like over here. But again, not sure that makes entire sense next to the sushi area, but it's kind of giving like, I don't know what it's giving. I don't know what it's giving, but it's giving something. So if we leave those buildings, we leave the sushi area. I don't think I even need an extra building. I was like, do we need something extra by here? But I think the 3 is fine. I feel like this is like a little cluster together, which I explained earlier that I really like. Maybe we do need to lose this. Almost is kind of like a film set, but all right, you know what? If I can't be confident and I can't find a home for it, I'm not going to delete it, but we're just going to move it out for now. I'm just going to take a quick look at some of these things to see down here if there's anything more futuristic but less gritty. Like, I think this table's quite futuristic. I think some of the... I mean, I got some of the retro stuff, but I don't really love that. I do love this little, like, spring pond. That's really tiny, but I still think it's cute. Maybe I should not get down or too down in the weeds with the smaller stuff yet. Maybe I still need to focus on getting the bigger bits down. Part of me just wonders whether one of these coming across here might tie in too, but I actually think it... You know, like we could have it by here, but do we want to keep it distinct? I think that we do. At least I think I do. So let's go with this office section, this sushi section. It's just like this bit that I'm like, okay, what do I do with this? We've got this bus stop again over here, which is cool. Let's actually try and match that path. So what do we got? We've got the worn brick road coming directly across, I think, from the shrub. So we'll do that down to there. I think that's about where it lands. Across. And then I think it's just one Oh no, I think it's 4, right? Did we do 4? We did, which means we're going to have to lose one of the ancient path sections. But if I delete that, and I just bring that across there, that's fine. That makes up for it. Yeah, cool. Okay, let's do that. Actually going to get rid of kind of like that, and we can bring this in this area. So that's still like a nice little winding path through my essentials bit. And then we could have, actually we could have this as like the campus entrance. So like coming right off this path in here. Should we try the... I mean, there's only one way to see, right? I was just thinking, should we try the Sinister Brick Road? It might not work. It might look not the best, but we could see. We need to move those up too. Forgot about that. Move those up too. Yeah, so we've kind of got this sinister path dropping in, but we may swap this out for... I mean, we may swap this out for something else, like the stone slab, something a bit more quote-unquote professional. The Ancient's Path I still do like, but I don't think it's dark enough. And then we've also got it around the other section. I mean, there is the choice to do like the Main Street Path, but I think we're divulging too far. Or we could do light. We could go light with the light brick road, but I do still want it to feel like it all belongs together. So we're going to try with this, okay? We're going to try. Let's do that there. And then this may be here. Kind of like that as the campus entrance. This is where you are. That kind of works. I don't know where this pond is going to go yet. I mean, I guess it could go behind this as like a little zen moment. Maybe something just like that. Make you feel nice and relaxed. I'm going to leave the boat where it is. And then I think this area is where the tram could be, just over here. Now, I don't know whether this tram needs tracks. I'm going to go with no, because I don't really want to make the tracks kind of like go all the way around this section, if that makes sense. Like, the only other place I could put them would be like off the pond to the edge of the biome, but then I'd need to like block that off, kind of. Yeah, I don't love that. I don't think it needs tracks, but we could have, I don't know, could we have 2 of them? Is that too much? You know, I don't hate 2. I don't hate the 2. How close can I get them to the wall? Round about there. Do I know why there's 2? No. Could they just be parked? Yes. Well, yes. All right, let's move the elasticycle back up to maybe this area. Maybe there's specific parking and they all drive the same thing. Like, that would be dumb, but I could see it being the case. I think I might end up needing more of this Sinister Brick Road. However, we did use the Worn Brick Road over here for this food section, and that would be quite a nice mirror to have it kind of like up on this top area. So I'm just going to go ahead and we're going to draw a little section around this food zone. Let's do that. And then let's come all the way down, across as far as we can. And then just up and around that. Fill this in. Grab another one, bring it across. And we can make this a little bit more diagonal if we need to. But I think it'll be okay being relatively squared off. I actually think this is the better approach, the same as we did on the other side. I think having these zones is slightly better rather than, I guess, trying to pave the whole biome, because it wasn't really working for me. I was not really vibing with how it looked. So let's try that. You know what? I think I just want the 2 tables. I think I just want the 2. I'm sure that there's an Aladdin cushion in seats, if I remember, that's like like a pillow or a cushion on the floor. I go into seating and I think it's red. Let me take a quick look. Let me scroll through this. Okay, well, maybe I've used it. Maybe I've used it and I don't have any available. So that there goes that idea. I was going to put them around these, but maybe I can filter by Aladdin instead. If I can remember where it is. I think it's Genie's lamp, right? But I always miss stuff in this menu. There it is, Aladdin. Oh, the tasseled red cushion. There it is. I guess I just missed it. Because you could have a couple of these dotted around, I guess. Like just around the table. Maybe we have 3 on this one. They are very big. Okay, we could do that. And then we're going to save. It seems to be taking up an awful lot of space, so I'm going to... Oh. Well, I just deleted it. I meant to rotate it, but I deleted it. I was just going to see... Okay, that's a bit better. Well, that's exactly where it was. That's exactly where it was. Okay, let me bring this over to the edge here. And then I wonder if I could do... Like, could we bring this table down? And then we bring it over... Kind of like that instead. Maybe it needs to come up a little bit. Yeah, kind of like that. I think that squeezes it in a little bit easier. So I was wondering whether I was wondering whether to have the side angled more like this. And whether that actually fits or not, but... Ooh, no, I don't like that. Maybe we try... No, we're working with limited space, so I think what I had was fine. For this sushi area, I actually quite like the cushions on the floor as well. I think they go. We are missing some of like the neon elements, of course, over this side. We're gonna have to try and work out where we get those. I think there might actually be some Wall-E stuff that I've not put down, because I know that we have some, yeah, like the sports banners. I think these light up at night, if I remember correctly. So we could always use some of those, because I know that they have the weather panel as well. And then also, what have we got? The leisure banner. I'm sure that they light up at night, so we could always bring some of those into the space as well. I'm going to keep those out just as a reference. So let me pop those down by there. I think that works good as the sushi area. Then we could come off of that with this path. Kind of like this. Let's do... Those are 3 wide. Down to there. Let's make it angled like that. And then let's bring that over. Maybe we do that. Possibly squidging that over a little bit. Oh yeah, that looks good. Straight away, that came out pretty well. I think the bikes are in the way of where I need this entrance to be. So let's move the bikes down even just to by there. And underneath that, I guess we could do... I don't know about introducing another path type, but I'm like, could we do the asphalt? Or could we do maybe something like this? It's already clipping into the building a little bit, but let's see. I don't know about this floor. If I get rid of that one, and then we space them out again, we could do something like that. Yeah, okay, that actually doesn't look too bad. But let's see what we got going on. We do have the asphalt with the border, which might actually work. Because if I bring this path down, then... Although actually all of this should be path, right? All of this should be path with the sinister border. So let me grab what I can. Let's do... How far can we go? Just to there. Let's do all the way down to here. And then up. And we'll come up to where those are. And then we can just do our... We can just do our dragging as usual. I do wish that the superhero mansion didn't kind of have that big lip around the edge. I wish it was just like flat to the biome floor. That would make it look a lot neater. We've missed one out by there. And I've missed a tile. You know what? I will accept that. Maybe we bring it across. Like that. And then finish that off there. Or maybe... Part of me is like, maybe it's the case that this campus area is not on the flooring and just the path goes around these buildings, but I don't know how I would pull that off, to be honest. I mean, this doesn't look bad. But it would come up to, what, there, fill that in, and fill that in. And then we do something like that, I guess. You could pull that down, and then we could do that. But I don't know if that... I can't decide. I can't decide if that feels right or not. I mean, it kind of matches with the other side at least, but does it make it feel less... Like, I don't want it to feel as gritty. A regular brick road could work, but again, I'm veering into that, like, light and dark vibe that I didn't necessarily want, so I think part of me thinks it has to be this, so I think I can make this work. I do think I can make this work. But then part of me is also like, let's just make it paths around the building. So I'm just going to try that just so I can see what it looks like for my own benefit. We'll get rid of the, like, the under section of the buildings. Well, we have to do that. Maybe we definitely do that. So they kind of still sit on the base biome. If we do cross, and we could do maybe a path by here. And then for this one, let's get rid of it right by there. We could come up here too. And then down, and make sure that's like sitting in that middle bit, and then get rid of this. And then if we remove that, it's still connected somewhere, which is fine. We can just move this out of the way and just delete it manually ourselves. Is it still connected? No. Bring that back in. Just because these feel a little bit greener, part of me is like they should be on the green substrate. Which actually I don't think looks too bad. I think it still fits the vibe, and we could put foliage around these. So instead of not having as much pathing over here, we could just have the pathing dotted around. And then I wonder what we have maybe we bring the asphalt over underneath these trams. So if I grab, where is it? I'm just going to grab the stone slab because it's right here. Like maybe we just have it come underneath the tram. I'm going to have to avoid that dig spot, unfortunately, which is a pain. Fill this in. I do like this path, but yeah, not for this specific section. I think maybe they need to come round about there. And then we could always do that. Get rid of just that little lip there. Maybe this one too. All right. And then that could sneak just in that space. Okay, wait, I think that actually works. Whether this side feels pop city, city pop, whatever you want to call it, I don't know, but we can bring some of these elements over and we will. It's just that this is the more urban side and this feels like the more industrial is the wrong word. Corporate? Yeah, let's go with corporate. This feels like the more corporate side. Maybe I could have a little diagonal there too. Maybe even we have one there too. Yeah. Yeah, okay, I think that works. And then the trams could maybe be just spread out a little bit more. As long as I can run past this tram to get around this section, that's fine. And so I can still access the pond to kind of fish. And then this bit could be just like a nice little garden walk with lots of foliage in. I think that would work really really well. Well, nicely, we're mixing both of them there. So, really now. That's what that's what we'll go with from now on. Really now. All right, cool. Actually, that's it for like the main bits, which is interesting because I feel like this side was much harder to really get the vibe down with. I mean, there's this section here which we might need to do something with. Unless we brought in, again, one of these. We could always bring in one of these and have that same vibe. Because what have we got over here? We've got... If I just copy... I can't copy that. We need a copy and paste. That's what we need, Gameloft. We need a copy and paste. Because I was going to be like, yeet, let me steal that. But let me... I don't need any of these presets anymore. So I'm just going to save that as food. And then if I get rid of that one, I can jump into presets, which is just up here. We can come down to food and I can just drop that in. And then it's already kind of giving the same vibe, you know? Now I wonder if we bring this up, you know, because we've used that path on the other section. Maybe we should use it on this section. I don't know how much of this I'm going to be able to get down with the pond. So it might mean that I have to move something slightly, but actually it looks as though it's working. Or we have... Actually, let me break that up. Let's break it up with this. So we do something like this where it reaches this new bit of path. Yeah, there we go. Let's bring that down again. Just so it's a bit more visually interesting. And then we can change this one to be diagonal. And I wonder if there's a better format. Like, yes, like if I rotate it like that. Much stronger. And I can just swap the... We can put the trash can there and the fire hydrant just behind it. And then I could even just bring it all forward a little bit. Oh my goodness, much better. Look at that. Perfect. That filled that space like straight away. think maybe if we... I'm just looking, just seeing what else is going on. Maybe if we... I don't want to grab like this bit, you know? I'm wondering if I just save this as music. I know that all of those are probably going to be mirages. Like, could we fit this in anywhere? Obviously, the trams are kind of in the way right now, but... what if the tram wasn't... what if the tram wasn't a working tram, but it was like a bar? Like a karaoke bar, and you could have this little music section just off of it, just like this. You could have like one there, and if I dig that spot up, we could have another one. We could have another one at an angle down here. Maybe. That's all dug up, and those mirages are bought, so now I'm wondering, could we bring in maybe just like one of these? Or maybe we bring in two of them? Or maybe it is just one roundabout there. Nudge this over a little bit. We could have that. Yeah, there we go. That works. That works. I like that. If we get rid of the corners, it could also be like all tidied up like that. And then there we go. That brings in some of the neon at least. So that's like, yeah, this is the work area. They actually enjoy the same things, but they like to be separated by this middle section. We've got a whole story, besties. We have got a whole story, like truly. I think it looks good. I think this is fun. Let me just take a quick look and see if there's anything else down here that we could sneak in. I don't necessarily think that there's anything that we need extra. The only thing I did put down to remind myself was we do have these brick walls, but I think that they're totally like, I don't think they're totally necessary to be used in this particular build, so I'm just going to get rid of that. And then I wonder if it's just like filling stuff now. Like, I feel like that's, I know that this is a lot less than this side. Like, this side is a lot more built up. So unless we added another one of these in, like over here, I don't even think that would really alleviate it. But I think once we get some trees in, the trees will bring some height anyway, because the only thing we're missing really is these like more industrial buildings. But yeah, I don't think that they necessarily have to be on both sides. So let's go through and let's see what we've got on this side that we can replicate over here. So I'm thinking definitely the grate. For sure, let's get that in. Let's find a few places for the grates to go. Let's do one here. Maybe we do one here, and then possibly like out the back. I don't think one necessarily has to... Well, I mean, maybe we could have it under the tram, just peeking out from under the tram. Kind of like that. And then I'm not going to have one on the right, or the left, I should say. The telephone poles, I think, are still important because they do give a sense of scale. So I think we definitely bring in one of the telephone poles. I saw that fit somewhere just then. Now, where do you want to fit? I see you want to be on a diagonal, and I don't want you on a diagonal. But you can go out the back just like that. So let's do one there. Let's do one just out the side of the sushi area. We could squeeze one in the work zone too. Kind of like that. And then I wonder if we have one. They're a bit close together, to be honest. How many is that? 1, 2, 3? And they're in a triangle, so I think the 3 work. Well, I do have these ones on an angle, though, so maybe... You know what? I just don't think it's... Okay, fine. Maybe at the... No. No, I think the 3 are fine. I think the 3 are fine. Let's do those. And then what else do we have that would be suitable over the other side? I do think I need to bring in some of these trees. I know that they might not feel exactly like the tree that fits over here, but I do think we should bring some in to tie the 2 areas together. So for sure, let's do at least 3 of these. And then I do think that these koi fish will work as well. I think we could have one maybe... maybe round about there. And possibly over this side too. It's just a question of where. Like, could we have one in front of the building? Maybe. No, see, this is where it starts to not feel like it fits. But we could have one maybe if it wants to fit over on the... over by the sushi area. Although none of that really feels quite right either. So maybe I'm just going to leave the 1 over there for now. Yeah, I'm just going to leave the 1. I think we could still get away with like one of these water pump type things because it kind of fits. Maybe we could put it out the back of this building because it's also white. And then maybe we squeeze another one in like that area just by there. Yeah, that looks good. Don't need another land speeder, I think, because this side is a bit quote-unquote cleaner. I don't know whether to... I don't know whether to grab one of these fast food bits. Like, you could have that right in front of the sushi place. I mean, it probably wouldn't go down well, but you could have it right in front of the sushi place. Or we could have it off the side of this one. Yeah, I think off the side of this one actually works a little bit better. So I wonder if we have it... I wonder if we have it round about here. And we try and get this path just to kind of come out a little bit. Maybe down here. Let me move that out the way. Can I come across on this one? I don't think I can go... Oh, I can go back to there. We could have it just like this, on the edge. And then maybe we bring it out an extra one. Something like that. Yeah, I like that. Let's do that. Jumping back over. I know we've got a lot of foliage, which is great. Let's bring in some of the hearts again. I think I got a couple of these left. We could definitely have some of these around this like pink area, because I think we just walked through these. So we could have one like here. Let's do one maybe... maybe in this area, this zone. Let's do them right in front of the tree. And then I wonder if we place one... could we do one near the bus stop? Or perhaps... perhaps here? Oh, maybe out the back of this. Just right by here. Okay, there we go. As a little cluster of stuff, that looks super cute. Yeah, perfect. Let's do that. Okay. Back down to our mood board. This is why I always say a mood board is like a necessity for builds. Oh, the little steward bot. I forgot about this. So we could bring him in and he could be doing like, I don't know, he could be doing like little menial tasks around the area. Let's bring at least 2 of him in. If not, oh, wait, right in front of the tram makes it look like he's like letting people onto the tram. That's so cute. Let's do one by the tram. And then maybe we have one in the quote-unquote parking area to like watch over the parking. That's cute. I'm gonna move all these down by one. Just to give him a bit of breathing room. I nearly brought the bikes in, but I don't think I want to. These little bikes here. I will say though, these lights I do actually really love. Although they're not kind of matching the vibe actually. Now that I hover them over, I'm not sure. I mean, they do match the vibe over here, so maybe these can be specific like little garden trail lights for this area. Yeah, something like this. Maybe one there and there. I'll have to run around those and see if they block anything. I'm hoping that they don't, but you never really know. Yeah, those are cute over there. That's adorable. Do I leave that one? Yeah, I'll leave that one. All right, jumping back over to this side. What else? We got those little popsicle benches. Again, could these fit? The colors definitely match. The colors match for sure. I'm just thinking, not really seeing an area where they could really be suitable on this bit, just because we're working with a smaller footprint over here. I also don't think they're necessary on this quote-unquote garden walk, so I think I can leave the benches off. Obviously, the biggest impact is going to come from the shrubs. But we could see if these little, like... Yeah, these always add a little bit of vibrancy and a bit of color. So why don't we put some of these down like there and there, just underneath that. I'm not going to use them in the sushi area, but I think they look quite cool over here. And then I think maybe that's like petering on enough for trying to bring the vibes together, I guess. I guess that's how I would say it. I'm going to bring a couple of these Isabella, like floral towers into this area though, because I think they look cute and they match. Let's do that. Something like that. And I'm wondering if we are just about ready to kind of like jump into foliage. Oh, those Wally signs. See, I knew I would forget. Let's put down some of the fire hydrants again. It's like a safety feature. Put one by here. Let's do one. Let's do one on the other side of this. And I don't need one in the sushi zone, but I actually think I'm gonna get rid of that little bit and we can have some trees in that little bit just there. Maybe a little cherry blossom, and then we're gonna fill this space in with trees too, which I think will be really nice. The fences, I mean, worth trying to get them in, I would say. So if I just dot a handful of these around, that will at least tie all of those colors in together too. Let's do one there, and let's do one maybe there. And then possibly just one out the back like that. And I think that's all we need. We don't need too many of those. I don't want it to feel too enclosed, as I said before. Right, cool. Yeah, let's move on to foliage. After I find a place for this clock. After I find a place for the clock. Let's do the clock. I mean, we could have the clock there instead. I like it. All right, let's get the trees in. We got this big tree, which I think could probably go on. Yeah, I was going to say could probably go like on the outskirts or on the back. So something like that would work perfectly. And then we've got some of the smaller trees. So where do we have this one? I know this is one of the ones that kind of like leans. So this could be like leaning over the pond on this side. We could even take that a little bit further. And I wonder if maybe we have one more leaning like over the sushi. And then I'm going to bring in the red one. This is one of the smaller red ones. Maybe just dot that by there. We could bring a second one in because there's quite a small footprint on this, and that could go right in the corner. Kind of like that. And I wonder if we get a third one. Third one maybe over here somewhere. Kind of like right about there. And then, of course, we need to bring in a few more of those little cherry blossoms. So I think I could fit one still in here, but I don't think I can. So maybe I do have to move the park block. Oh, we could just move it on the other side. And then we'll be able to fit that in where I wanted it. I think we could probably get a second in as well. I get a little bit close to the biome edges here, and I don't want to block my character being able to run anywhere, so we could do something like that, and then bring in some of the smaller ones, and just fill in some of those gaps. Let's do one on this side, although I've already got one right there. Oh, let's put one right here. I think we could probably squeeze one on the corner over here. Yeah. And then maybe one on this side, this corner even. Like right about there. I do think that we could use some of these bioluminescent palms as well. It's just trying to find that space, although it seems as though it's not putting up a fight for that little area. So I guess we could drop one in round about there. And if I could fit two in, I would be happy. So I don't know. Let's see. Can I get one of those in without? Okay. Well, that's good. I managed to get two in. And I think I'll take that as a win. The little fir trees, where are they? I know that these got quite a big footprint, so we might have to work with what we've got on this front. Let's do one there. And let's do one maybe just out the back on the pond. And then could I squeeze one in over here? It seems like I'm not really getting much foliage in around this area. Could I even fit one down here? I don't love that there, to be honest. So yeah, I'm going to leave that one as well. But we do have some of these yellow trees, which I think are good because these have, well, this one at least has a nice small footprint, so I can squeeze that kind of just in that sort of zone. Maybe I could fit another one, maybe just off the edge here. Actually, no, let's do it. Let's do behind Goofy's. Kind of like that. Because I still want to be able to, as I've said, reach those mining nodes. So let's do that for that one. I'm going to try as well to... Where did it go? Get some of these smaller purple shrubs in and just filling up some of the space before I waltz in with my beach grass that I can put everywhere. Let's get you... All right. Let's get you... What is there? Oh, is it the mailbox? It must be the mailbox that's blocking me. Maybe I can fill this in on the edge at least. Around about here. We could probably sneak one on the back. Coming down over here, I do think that we could get at least a couple of these in over this area. Maybe we would do one... What did I do over there? Oh, I did actually take out a tile over here, didn't I? I took out a little square to put stuff in. So maybe we could fit one of those in. I don't even know if we could fit another one of these in, but we could swap it for... We could swap it for something else. I'm wondering whether I just swap it for one of these, to be honest. Kind of like the dichotomy of having like the moodier one on what's meant to be the lighter side and having the lighter one on the moody side. I feel like that tells a story. I'm gonna grab some of the... Am I done with the shrubs? Let me see. Any more homes? Any more homes? Maybe one here. Maybe one by there. Alright, and then I'm going to grab the flower bushes. Tie some of this together too, so we can have maybe one in that spot. Maybe one just about there. Possibly one in this area. If I get rid of those... Oops. If I get rid of the actual wood there, I might be able to sneak in flower bush. We can, which is great. And then maybe we could get one on the edge of the path right there. Oh yeah, that looks nice. I move that over one. Oops, we lost it. Bring that flower bush back in. It's around about there. And then I know we've used the Ralph trees again, so let's just get some of these in. Just in varying places, because obviously they've got the lights on them as well, so that always looks good. Maybe we could put it right at the back of this wishing well. Yeah, let's put it at the back of the wishing well. Let's find... We find a spot right at the back of this as well? Yeah. And then possibly one, like, out here? And then maybe one just on the edge of the actual building, because that looks quite good. I mean, on the flip side, we could also use some of the more formal trees in this area, because this is meant to be, like, a slightly different area, so we could have maybe some of the more formal cypresses. Kind of like dotted in here too. That doesn't look very good. Maybe on this side. And then maybe we use one over here too, just on the edge of the building. I don't know if there's anything around that palm that I can use it with. I don't think so, but maybe in this little gap. And then finally, I wonder if there's somewhere over here, just on the entrance, like. Just realized that might be in the way of my ancient vacuum, so I'm going to move that. We'll keep this one. All right, they look good. And then I think let's get some of the beach grass in. Let's rough this up a little bit. Let's make it look all nice and natural, I guess, in places. Shame it doesn't clip into everything. It seems to pick and choose which trees that it likes to clip into. And it never really seems to have any rhyme or reason. One there. Can't go into that one, but we can come on the path a little bit over here. Another one in front of the building. Let's have one right in front of that. Maybe another one here. The edge of that. And then possibly this side too. Or maybe, yeah, maybe at the back of that. We could stick another little one just about here. Then we can kind of just fill this area in with them as well. Especially around Goofy's and the crafting table. Maybe we do one out the back. And then maybe we do one over this side. I don't think we can sneak one there. We could put one like right against the shrub too. Yeah. That looks good. That came together. That came together nicely. I'm just looking at the size of that tree and whether I could fit anything in there. I wonder if maybe the butterfly bushes could get dropped in. Where did we use those? There we go. So maybe the butterfly bush. Find a home maybe for some of those throughout other parts of the build. Because they are relatively small, which is nice. Let's do one right by the door. Maybe over, oh yeah, right by there. Maybe by here. At the back of that little bit. Where did we lost that one, but that one could go right there. Maybe round about here. And then finally one possibly like just by there. I'm going to put a little fern over this side on this just to kind of match it again. And we're going to have a nice little trash can. That feels fun. And I think, my friends, we're not a million miles away. You see how much quicker that side came together once I had like the main structure of the mood board down? Like, it really did seem to work out. I'm just wondering. Yeah, I don't think it worked like that. It's a shame, really, because yeah, it's a shame. They're just still like very close to me. These ones, I would love a little bit more of a gap, but then I'm also not putting one in the middle to like finish the hedge off because you need to walk through the space. But I think that it works fine. I'm definitely overthinking that. And let me just grab a few little stones. Where do you want to go? You don't want to go anywhere? We can just blend a couple of these areas in with each other. Maybe one about here. Put one possibly out the front of the building. On both sides. Let's do that. Maybe one on the point. Have a little sneaky one come over. Where do you want to be? So we can walk through this. One by there. Maybe one here. Little transition bit. And then maybe one just snuck down here. Yeah. You know what, friends? I think maybe that's about done. Although I don't have any lights in this area. That's one thing we put in this area that we didn't put in the one opposite. So let me grab some of these lights real quick because I feel like these are important for the space. Let's do one. Let's do one coming out of the tree area. Let's do one maybe behind. No, one maybe behind the tram. And maybe one like next to the food counter. Kind of like that way maybe? No, that looks kind of janky. Why can I place that on the table? I didn't know that was a table item. That's where I want it, but I can't have it there, so I'm gonna have to accept that. We're gonna have to sneak it in like the corner of that bit. And then let's put one coming out the back of the food stall. Let's do it roundabout. Let's do a roundabout there. Like that. And then we can bring in, and we'll use a different type of tree. Not tree. We'll use a different type of light over here. So instead of like the rusty broken down ones, we could use maybe these? Possibly. Although I'm thinking, yeah, maybe these purple ones. So maybe we just dot a handful of these purple lights everywhere. So this is probably going to light up substantially. Maybe one. Okay, no, we've got different lights over here, so I don't think I need them in that area, but possibly one by there. No. Let's leave the one on the right only. And then actually, I think we could probably... I know we've got the broken down ones, but let's just add a couple. Right, let's just add a handful. Just a few. Maybe right... No. Have I only added one? I've really just added one. Not this. Alright, let me put one out the back. One more? Can I just fit one more in? Alright, let's put it right in the middle there. Okay. I'm gonna say... Should I say it? Should I say it? Could we be done? Should we call time? Let's do one final pass. One final pass down here. I know that I didn't use everything. I used quite a lot. Yeah, I think... I do really like the idea of bringing these glowing memory orbs in somewhere. I just didn't know where to bring them. Like, they don't really fit anyway, right? But I was like, can I sneak these in? Well... Now I have. So there. Yeah, I think that's about it. I don't think there's anything else. Oh, I forgot the windmill. How did I forget the windmill? Now this is too big of a footprint. Where the heck is this going to go? Yeah, I don't think I'm going to fit this one in, unfortunately. Even though I wanted to, because it's a pretty cool item. I mean, I guess it could go at the back. Yeah, I'm going to leave it at the back. Just kind of like that. Just a little nod to myself. And it looks as though that is just about it. I will give you a tour in the daytime, then we'll swap over to night. So coming down from the plaza, you can see that we immediately hit that San Francisco Square Bridge. But if we take a right and we come down towards our city area, we've got the bus stop that we placed down. We've got all of these fun neon elements, all of this really fun karaoke stuff, and all of these games. Of course, there's buildings everywhere, the ones from the Star Path. I think they actually look so good. And I do think that the floor we chose is the right option. I think that kind of sinister floor works really well. We've got our entrance to this little food area just by here, where we've got some food carts. Obviously a bit more of an Asian influence with the different floor. Underneath this kind of like archway, we've got Merlin's build, which I've left over there, which I'm really happy that I managed to retain. And then we've also got all of these other types of buildings, these food stands, just all of this real vibrant city pop city kind of aesthetic, which I think is tied together really well. It is definitely out of my comfort zone, but I think it came together pretty well in the end. We've got some of the big signage. We've got that little hover vehicle just by there, just to add a little bit more industrial vibe to the build. And then we can circle around the pond, check out some of the water vapor stuff that we've got going on, back around to this games area. Coming through the middle onto this central thoroughfare. So that comes out of the gritty city section, and then we go into more of like the corporate area, I guess. We've got a little map of the campus. We've got that little hover vehicle just by there, just to enforce that this is kind of a bit more futuristic. Walking through the path, we've got a nice big sushi area, which I think looks really fun. This turned out really well. I'm glad that we committed to that into the end. But we can follow this path around. We've got a little parking area where everybody seems to ride a motorcycle. We've got like the headquarters offices. We've got the satellite offices around here. Everything's still kind of accessible as well, so I'm able to walk around, get what I need when we've got things on like Star Paths or events. We can come into this separate section here. So this is kind of replicated from the city area, but this is more of the corporate playground for the people who work in these offices, I suppose. And then we do have this little like garden walk, I suppose, because we do have the cherry blossom items. So I thought if we put all of those together, it just gives us a nice cohesive feeling in this area. I could probably have done with more cherry blossoms, but I think we've got a decent amount. So as soon as I drop in on my well, I've got everything to my disposal straight away. I've got the ancient vacuum with a chest. We've got a cooking table. We've got a crafting table. We've got a mailbox. So everything that you need immediately after landing in a biome is available to you right here. Changing it over to nighttime. Now, this is really where a lot of this biome comes alive, because all of these items, or a lot of these items, have the beautiful neon, the glows, all of those good lighting tricks to them. So we've got the koi fish that light up. We've got all of these Star Path items, which have lovely lighting on them. All of the buildings light up too, which is really fun. The bus stops, they also have lights. All of the street lights managed to come on. We've even got the glowing kind of like, I guess they're candy colored sort of tiles on the floor. The fences light up. Also, the trees are all lighting up. So really everything is just coming to life at night. I love how these hearts look. I think Merlin's looks great at nighttime too. But we can walk all the way around this. We can just move Mickey out of the way. Come down this back area so I can still access down to the glade both ways if I need to. Moving around, this tree actually lights on fire at night with the green flame. So I think that looks really, really fun. And I think it's quite impactful in this area. More of the fencing and all of the buildings all looking good and coming together as well. So if we just carry on back around this path, back past some of these trees and all of the foliage we've got going on, we can go back onto the central section And then we can move over to this right-hand side of the Peaceful Meadow. And again, this all has similar elements that work together to really bring it to life. We've got some more purple lighting in this area. The scavenger hunt sign lights up. Moving over to the sushi area, which still looks really good. Those little lanterns light up, and obviously there's the aquariums at the back of those as well. You actually forget how much stuff does light up at night in this game. So this building lights up, the elasticycles light up. We can come right around. We can see the boat on the pond looking really fun. And then this area, once again, looks super vibrant. And the tram, we're treating that as a little bar, a little reused tram as an indoor bar. I think that's the best way to look at it. And then some of this cherry blossom stuff, again, has some really lovely evening and nighttime effects. So yeah, I'm really, really pleased with how this build came out. Definitely out of my comfort zone, but I think it came together in the end. All right, my friends, that is it for this video and it for this build. I do hope you enjoyed building along with me in this one. I know it was a pretty long one today, but we got there in the end. I had a lot of fun. This was definitely not a type of build that I'm used to doing. It was definitely out of my comfort zone, but I still really enjoyed it and I hope that you did too. If you did, let me know down in the comments what your favorite part was. Perhaps if you want to borrow any of these elements, that is absolutely fine by me. What's mine is yours and I'm here to share. If you haven't already, please do feel free to like the video on your way out, maybe even subscribe to the channel if you haven't, for more Disney Dreamlight Valley content and more long plays and more builds. What more could you want? But with all of that being said, I am going to leave it there for today. My Pop City is out. I will catch you in the next one, and I will, of course, see you in the valley.